Was that really warm up? I don't know if I'd really call that warm up. But yeah, let me full screen and let's go here. Hold on, one thing. I have to make sure I can access TikTok because I know it's going to ask me a verification at some points. So I need to have this. Put this here. Okay. Okay. Let's get started. I'll start with a 1-0 game and then we'll go from there. I'm almost at 2K and 1-0 for this account. So I might get to that today, but obviously I will not be playing this for that long as I can't really explain to you guys my thought process as much. And that's the whole point of this. I'm just doing one to warm up, first game of the day. I did a couple puzzles, but nothing like actually playing. So let's see what happens here. And then I'll probably play a rapid game after this. We'll see. That is my intention though. But how's everyone doing today? Night 4, we're going to up here stopping Bishop in. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty nice, yeah. They do fall into the pen. A nice setup. We're going to win some material. The game's not over, though. I want to get their pieces off the board. Here? I don't know. Here? Maybe looking to go queen here. Now they dropped this in the center. Alright, they can't save that. They do have a knight, but this is also pretty weak. Right here. Yeah, we just take this. And there's not much they can do. You see they're attacking. Ooh, a double. Oh, this is almost crazy. Double check. I think I'll double check. Oh, and then it's here. Wow, look at this. And then it's queen here, check. And then you're going to win the rook at the end of this line. That is insane. They could go up. Yeah, which is what they do. But you want to go back and you take. That's an insane tactic. That's a pretty cool one. Double checking you. Oh, that's beautiful. That I want to show that again before we get to the other game. That was a high accuracy game. Yeah, 96% accuracy. That's one of the best games. What's going on, YK? One of the best games I've had on stream, I think. 96%. And it felt every bit as much of that. Today is December 1st. And that definitely will have to be a clip. So we're going to set this at the 2-minute mark. But yeah, that was a nice tactic there. Let's just read what's going on, and appreciate the likes. But let's re-show that, and then we'll get started with a rapid game, I guess. I guess it's time for the rapid, for the 10-0. Alright, the London system to open up. I really did a good job playing the second move or the best move outside of bishop to g3. Other than that, you're seeing excellent or best. So that's pretty good. Oh, and an accuracy. It says it's queen to b3 is better. I'm guessing this is better because you're attacking b7 and they can't really move the bishop. So I thought the initiative was good though. I go up here to h3, stopping bishop in here in g4. Pawn forward here to a4 after the queen slides up. Now this is a move I would play even if I didn't have this idea, but I also saw that idea, so I went for it. And that's just game over. But the fun thing was this tactic here. Rook to e8, a double check. So that, I mean, looks like the knight is forking. Like I walked into a fork basically. But check here, a double check, the king has to move. That's the rule of double check happening. So what a fun tactic there. And then we get the win after taking on Sia. They resign. All right, enough glaze. I'm going to play a 10-0 game and see if we can get back to 2100 because we're 1 point off of it. 1 point off of the 2100 mark here. All right, let's see. All right, up. We're going to go d4. They did. What's different about it now? I didn't notice. Do I want to... Am I trying to learn still, or do I want to go bishop d4? How about this? Every other game, I'll play the Queen's Gambit with the white. Because I do want to play the London. I still need to get better with this, too. As I want to be a higher level. So we're going to play this opening. But we're not going to just play the London. We're going to mix it up between the two of them. But no more than that, I can't say. But yeah, we go bishop here to d3. It's looking like... Or no, is it knight here? Knight to f6, I'm not used to seeing right there. So I think I'll go knight f3. This is fine. I imagine they push c5 or something. I guess they could also go e6. I might go h3 on the next turn. They do have this knight move, but I've learned that it's okay to let this exchange happen. Like, it's not what you want to do, but it's better to just develop and hope that nothing bad happens from it. Because it's not the worst thing, like trading off the bishop pair here. Alright, their knight sliding forward. It feels like bishop here would be good, but a6, b5. So I'm thinking c3. The knight doesn't have this spot to sit to go to c2. And maybe h3 next. knight up to c6 feels a little weird because this pawn is back here. I don't know if I love that for them. It's weird. Like, this is... Their knight can't go anywhere, really. The knight can't go anywhere. So, I'm just going to go h3 and then bishop d3 for the next turn, probably. We're already up a little bit. What's going on, Southern? 7 streak? 7 streak online. Alright, but yeah. They push their pawn forward here. Looking to go bishop d6, I would imagine. Now, the question... At this point, I might just go here. And then, like, I'm not too worried. If they go here, I just want to go back. Take, take. I'd rather them go there and we get an imbalanced game. But they don't even go for that. Alright, knight's going to go towards the center on d2. And then, is it e4 a castle? The only thing I have with h3 is, I guess I'll keep the bishop. If they're going to let me keep it, I might as well keep it and not allow knight to h5. I don't think it was a point of, but they could just go there. That's the only thing. I'm like, this might be a waste. They just go bishop d6, and they get the c pawn active. Because right now the c pawn is not so. They drop back. Yeah, they drop back because of how annoying it is to play. I mentioned it too. Having this pawn be behind the knight is quite annoying to play with. Now queen here is an idea. I think b6 stops it though. And I don't have a light square at bishop. I could get some knight space. What's going on, Ryan? Another subscriber on YouTube. Much appreciated. We're almost at 970 there. Man, at 968. But 95 to knight f3. It's interesting to get the space, but my king's still not castled. I think this is better. I think knight getting in, and then we can castle, because now they can stop it, or they have an attack. Their pieces are so backwards. Yeah, they're looking to go c4, a4, stopping full domination on the queen side. Now imagine c4. We have an f3 and e4 ideas. I put off castling probably long enough. It may be time to just castle on this next turn. Unless they go c4, obviously. Then you can't castle. You're just going to lose the queen. So I think I've done enough here. We can castle. And maybe f3, e4. But once that, as long as I have c5, I can't really push e4. Because then taking. That's kind of a weak position. It's December 2nd. Time zones are interesting. A lot of people have told me they watch from different parts of the world. It's like, man, they're staying up super late. Like, I appreciate you, but I feel bad. Man, if you capture this, they get the open B file. But then if you go knight here, knight in. So nothing is perfect. I think I'll just castle. Nothing's perfect. It's not a huge deal. It shouldn't be, at least. And they move their bishop. You have time for knight here and bishop h2. So there's nothing that I'm risking by doing this. Now the king's safer. So I feel better about the position. Overall, it feels basically exactly even. If I were to guess in the evaluation bar. I don't think either of us got a whole lot in the opening, but that's also kind of the point of the London. At least not the Jobaba variation of it. I don't know it, but I know it's a little bit more aggressive. I've heard from comments and commentary. Ooh, we have this idea, but this is here. I wonder, is this a queen trap? It is a queen trap. If they take that. So I'm not going to worry about it right now. We could set up our own trap. But I guess they could then just take this if you go here. So maybe it's knight here to f3. Captures. Rook over. That's still a queen trap. So you don't have to rush anything. Let's just move our knight here. Trying to go here and set that up. That's also kind of a weak plan though. So I might just move my rook over. But I want to at least see if they mess up. They exchange in the center. I'll exchange here. Now this is a very nice square. If they can just go like rook d8 or something. And their knight slides in. But at that point, I'd probably just go rook over. And then, or maybe I push pawn. Oh, that's what I could do next. Oh no, the knight and the queen. They have two defenders now. I can't push a5. I was considering that, but it doesn't make that much sense. Because you just give a pawn for free. That's the only thing in the position. It's so easily guarded. Like, they could even go here. I guess you could go knight here, though. I was trying to make a point that they can make kind of a bad move and get out of it. But I guess they can't make that bad of a move. Alright, the rook slides here to c8. I think... Oh, hold on. There's an idea. If you went here and they didn't take, you could go here and deflect. It's a little slow, because if you go knight in, they could just take... Wait. Actually, hold on. if you go knight here and they take this way, you could then take initiative. I may go for that, actually. Yeah, I might go for that. Because knight here is setting this up. But I guess still the same thing happens. If they move their rook over, the knight, you're assuming they would have to take. It's not forced enough as good as it would look with knight here. If they just go like rook to d8, there's not really a way to remove the knight. So now I'm going to go back to this idea of bishop to... oh, wait. They're trying to trick me. If you go here, they're going to take... well, their idea, if I don't go knight up, right? If I go knight up, then they can't do it. But say I go here, they're going to trade. Then they could take, because after rook, they take on c3. So that's very sneaky. Very nice idea. I might go qb5. I feel like there's really nothing else. I'm not going to get this fork. They clearly see it. I'm going to assume they're going to see that before I can get it. So we're going to go here looking for the queen exchange instead with b5. I don't want to drop that because then c3 is very weak. So I'm just going to move my queen in looking for the exchange. Now if they take, we have 9 in the center. Their knight getting in is the only thing I don't love about this. And because if they do a queen trade, then that is not really a useful fork anymore. I think they have to. Because going over, take, I mean, that's probably not bad. Not very many people on my level, I believe, are going to willingly do that. Because we're not good enough to convince ourselves that it's equal, right? Like a Grandmaster could do that. Like, oh, double pawns, equal material. But I wouldn't do that at least. Queen a6. And then going here, you just can't do that. Here you maybe could. Like, yeah, I'd take and they could go over. But I guess because the knight's weak. If I were to bet they're taking the queen, I don't see too many other options. Like, the only thing you could really consider, I guess, queen a5. But even then, no, you couldn't. Because take, it's a deflection. So they'd have to go over if they're going to do that. But even then, you could maybe... okay, bishop back. I didn't see that at all. Bishop back does do everything I was saying. It doesn't... or it fixes everything I'm saying. They don't get the double pawns if they take, bishop takes back. A very simple idea. Now I want to try this, but still, they could just take at any point. But why not try? I'll try something. Like, it's no guarantee it works, but why not try something? So I'm going bishop here. There's nothing hanging. They're just playing defense. The only bad thing is, now the fork is really useless because they can always queen trade. Like, I'm giving them a and out in the position, so to speak. Appreciate the follow there, RD. But yeah, it's not like this really is a guarantee to work or anything. But we are looking to take... I guess now there's really no point of doing... yeah. As I think about it, this is a very pointless move. Maybe I could say the initiative. So, oh, that's why they're not taking. I completely missed the a7's hanging. Oh, this has a purpose then. Because I would want to take that. Because they can't take the queen. That's what it is. That's what I'm trying to say. And if the knight gets there, maybe the pressure? If I can take in their bishop moves, then that's hanging. So they go back now. Because I'm guessing this doesn't work. But still, I can just retreat. We could repetition. I don't think that's that bad of a result. Well, I'm not going to. But if we did, I don't think it'd be that bad. We're just going to retreat back. There's not a fork there anymore, so taking, because the queen has dropped. I'm guessing they go a6. They wouldn't do that without trying to save something in their position. So I imagine a6 is probably it. Bishop h2. I'll probably, yeah. Like, you wouldn't make that move without an idea. Is it here now? Or, I guess qd1. But now they want the queen trade. Yeah, because now a6 is not... a7's not weak anymore. That's the difference. And I can't do anything for the bishop either. Very sneaky from them. That's a very nice maneuver. Capture. And oh, there was an idea of maybe knight in. But now they have a move to react first. So they could just go back. And now knight in doesn't really do anything. I'm still making that move. It's, it's a timed game. It's not bad. But I don't think, like if it was a tournament game, I'm sure I would have thought a little bit longer on that one. Knight's going to capture. Probably, yeah. Knight takes. Their knight can slide in. Bishop e3. If that. And still, we have this threat, but it's not a guarantee to do anything there. Not a guarantee. I missed something? That's unfortunate. Was there? Let's see if I can see it. Here. Let's see. Take. Oh, maybe I could have. No. I don't see it. Oh, I'll look after the game. I definitely don't see it now, though. Knight slides in here to e4. Bishop here. And one after a retreat. Well, if you go knight in, they would take. You could take, but yeah, there's not really a point in doing that. Bishop here. Yeah, let's just retreat. There's no aggression's going to work there. Take knight. I think if you took knight, the problem was my queen was hanging on b3. I think I saw what you were saying. Because you could have, if you took and they took, you would have had knight d7, but then they would have had qx b3. I was trying to set that up, though. The rook slides over. Up here, attacking, they can retreat back. F3. Maybe. That might be it. F3 attacking. Maybe F4. And then I want to just go all the way down the board. Honestly, not a plan. Not a bad plan. A5 probably first, though. But then the bishop goes back. The bishop is doing nothing here, and I kind of like that. The bishop's not doing anything. Maybe just get some more space with F4. I'll have to make a move. Okay, I really want to go for this. I have to make a move sometime. And now it does stop a F6, E5 pawn push, so it does do something if this doesn't work out. We're threatening F5, they have to think about it. They might go F5 themselves. That I would be cool with because they have this backwards pawn, and I have a bishop that can move. Their pawn can't move if they go up here. I have to check that after. You said knight, put king in check, and you take dark bishop. Well, actually, I don't want to be using time, but I will look after the game. I go over each game, so we can definitely talk about that after. They move their bishop back. Knight can retreat, looking to guard twice. I guess it's already guarded twice. This feels like a very even game. I guess we can be fine with that exchange, though. This knight is... Both our knights are strong, but I can't remove their knight is the difference. I want to go king here almost to go up. As they don't have that square. But that feels like that's doing a lot. Maybe now I go for a5. It doesn't kick it out. It's limiting them. But now my rook's kind of tied down. But getting lower on time, that was not a good... That's not a good thing. Hopefully they take the knight, which would, I think, be horrible. Give me the open F file. Make sure there are no forks, though, because their knight's so close to my king. But yeah, if I could get a move back, it'd definitely be a5. I don't think that was good. I don't think that's a good game. Yeah, this is live. And then, yeah, but appreciate the likes there on TikTok closing in on 300. Yeah, we're up here to a5. If they push, I guess I'll take... Well, they can't push. And they do attack the knight. That's kind of what I was thinking. At some point, just knight straight back. Guarded. You can't really go knight there. That's the only thing. Now, they get their king in. So is it just g4 as a response? They're moving quicker. So g4 then. And then the king can rush forward. Now they don't have this spot on g3 anymore after king g2. And their knight's more limited. It has to go backwards. Alright, king's lifted. So if anything, there is this forking square. We gotta be careful about that. We're also up 20 seconds. So that is a positive. Maybe you can go knight here and pawn forward, looking to break. Honestly, oh, but the rook's guarding that. Okay, if the rook moves, then we have knight b4. Is an idea, and then f5. But why would they move is the thing. And they push anyways. Taking, I think, doesn't make any sense. Give this check, because then they get rid of this kind of weak pawn. This is not going to do anything. Really? Huh. I guess that's not that bad. I didn't even consider them doing that. But yeah, it's not that bad. I don't know how they don't lose a pawn, though. I feel like that's just free. I guess king can go up here to g6. But still, Then I have a passer. A passer is not a dark square promotion square though, but their time is dwindling some, and I have an easy rook move now. And now a5 is really good because with no dark square, yeah, they have to go there, as I mentioned. But now I get the passer, which is like, is it even worth stopping? It might have even been better just to let me take the pawn. This seems difficult to deal with the rest of the game. Now, if you go straight back, that's a blunder. Do I need to move my king though? I'm thinking the problem with my king moves right here is that if I go over, my king's kind of out the game. But up allows this, and then you'd have to go over anyways. So yeah, I don't need to spend too much time on this. Let's just move our king over. And we have maybe stacking up on this. We have 2 rook infiltration spots, and they have none. And we're up 40 seconds. Yeah, they're looking to push down. Maybe we go for bishop up here now, so they can't. Or check first. Yeah, check first. Rook a3 is probably not where I'm going to win the game at. I'm guessing it's going to be rook here instead. They're under a minute. They want to start making some decisions. This was like a nice attack. I do still like this. I can't act like I don't. I feel like this is a nice idea, but I'm going to stick with the simpler plan. Rook a3 felt good. Yeah, and you see mistakes are starting to get made. We take this. But I don't even know if it's a mistake, really. Because I don't know if you had it much better if you're black. Like, it's easy to say mistake, but, like, was it a mistake? I don't know if I could call it a mistake. Check. And then take here. I mean, you could take with the bishop, too. Maybe that's better to take with the bishop. It's an initiative. I don't know. I kind of like the bishop sitting here, though. Let's take that. We're up 2 pawns now. Rook. Oh, that's a mistake. You have up here to e6. And that's the game. Okay, let's review it. Let's see that. I think I played pretty good. I'm guessing like 87% accuracy. 92.1. So that was a pretty good game. Let's see the review here. What's going on, Papillion? What's going on, Steven? This game is very tough. Yeah, this was a tough game. This was a tough game because it wasn't a lot happening, and the advantages, I think, were pretty small. And then, MT, appreciate the likes there. But yeah, knight c6, if you were here at the start, I said that's a little weird. You usually don't want to have the knight in front of the c-pawn. I've heard grandmasters say that. That's how I learned it. And I also make an accuracy. I go c3. Both did not play move, 4/5 very well. I should have went bishop here to c5. I saw, like, there and, like, knight here. I thought the issue was up. I guess you could just take. Yeah, that's what I didn't consider. I was like, well, if they go up, I go back, and then b5. The idea of capturing did not cross my mind, which is why I didn't make that move. I just saw that a6, b5 thing. But I did miss that. But I went c3. We're trying to stop knight to c4. Not the worst idea. You see, I'm still slightly better, but obviously it was better to just go bishop to b5. They go up here to e6, bishop d6, or d3, excuse me. Another inaccuracy, sort of. You could have went bishop here to b5. The computer loves this idea. I don't play this very often. I need to start doing that more, especially as I play the Queen's Gambit more often. I need to be more comfortable with bishop to g5 and b5, but, didn't play that perfectly. The bishop slides here to e7, knight bd2, kind of an easy best move. Like, it says best, but what else are you going to do? You have to develop your pieces, and it does stop knight to e4, so this is a London system. What other games you stream? I just streamed chess, Steven. That's also my name, too, so I spell differently, though. But yeah, knight here to d2. They castle. I go up here to h3. h4 was better. I don't often play h4, honestly. It's saying the best move. The computer always likes h4 when they castle early. I'm not that aggressive. Like, sometimes if it's very obvious, it's good. They already had h6 push. Maybe I would have went for that. But with no h6 pushed, I didn't go for it. And I just give my bishop an escape square to go back there to h2. Their knight drops back. A good move, because I was talking about, well, the knight's not amazing. And no, I didn't say the knight. The pawn's not amazing. So they retreat back to make the pawn a little bit better. Makes a lot of sense. We do take the space when they do so. I don't castle. I also mentioned that I should probably castle earlier. And I wait to, like, move 12. Not good to copy. They went c5. The knight slides here to c6. And I finally castle to the king side, getting some safety. The queen slides up. It says I'm slightly better here. If I go a5, really, a5, can they not take this? They must not be able to. Oh, you can take attacking, and then here you would have b4, right? That is interesting. Didn't consider it at all. a5 was a great move that I missed. But I did see this here. Now, for those who don't see it, if they take on b2, this is a queen trap here with rook to b1, which is why I let that happen. I didn't just drop a pawn there. And they didn't miss a free pawn either. But they took in the center, the rook slides over, and then queen here to b6. Now, the knight could have captured instead, and then maybe knight slides in the center, but still, this is not something that's obviously winning, so I'm not going to be mad at myself for that too much. And also, another point of what they did with rook c8, if instead, let's say I go bishop here, I think that's an inaccuracy. Or no, maybe they still can't do that. Take. No. Okay, they can't do that then. I thought there was a way they could take on b2, but they can't capture, because I was considering capturing with the knight in my calculation, but the pawn taking would have stopped that. So that's just a miss. All right, but let's go to this next part. I went qb5, bishop drops back. I go bishop here to g5, looking to attack here on the diagonal. They drop their queen back. I drop back here to f4. Thought we were going to get repetition for a second, which I would not have agreed to, but I thought we were going to get that. They go a6. I drop back here to b3, getting out the way. Queen slides forward. I queen exchange and go bishop here to g5. I want to get rid of this because I think this knight square was a really nice spot, so I was ready to do that at any point, but still, they don't let me. Like, there's no, not they don't let me. There's no real way. Oh, no, they don't let me. Yeah, there's no way where I can do this unless they let me get the fork. So rails don't see it. Like, if I were able to do this, that's what I'm trying to do. But this is not forced, which is the problem with this idea. And they just take the knight and move the knight, right? And they're attacking my bishop. I, for a second, thought of going knight here. This is the best move. Like, I could do this, and, like, I don't see how it doesn't work. You attack first, and then they go here, and then you take the bishop, right? Yeah. I saw that. I didn't see this part. I saw you get the bishop. They get the bishop. Didn't feel that useful to me, so I didn't go for it. Now I go f4 in inaccuracy. a5 I mentioned when I made this move too. I consider a5, f3, no, a5, f3, and f4. I decided to go with f4 for this, which is the worst of the three by far, I think. Is f3 also bad? No, f3 is better, yes. I could have played two good moves, and I played the one bad move I thought of, which is f4. My idea was, well, if they ever want to push f6, they can't really go e5. Apparently, that's just not right, because they get a5. That's probably why they get more space, and I allowed that. And f3 also kind of stops it. But I guess f3 knight here, you'd have to move it. They could still play a5 after. Maybe there's something else I'm missing in that. But yeah. That, I did not play that perfectly. Like, I go here to f4 as mentioned. They go bishop back. And then Otero, I do Vera tournaments every third day. So tomorrow I have Vera tournaments. But today, just some rated play online. But yeah, they go bishop back here to c7. I go up here to a5. Now it's not the best move. I'm trying to stop the bishop going here to b6, but did not quite find the mark. It's a knight here to d3 instead. I don't know why it's a knight d3. I play that eventually, I think, but right now I'm not sure why that's better than a5, because in this they get too much space. Would have been my thought. Knight here I would have never played, honestly. Take. How come you wouldn't take the rook? Oh, yes. That's a good thing I should talk about. I can try. Thank you for asking. Who asked that? Diego. Why do I not take the rook? So, I'm honestly going to talk about in this line here, right? You're asking why I don't take the rook. And then which move are you talking about? I just see a dot for username. But yeah, is this what you're talking about, Diego? Why you don't take rook here? I believe so. Because there's no other spot that you could take it, I think. Oh, you asked the same thing? Oh, no. I didn't see that message. Oh, no, I do see it. I missed it. My bad. But yeah, you don't take the rook because two pieces are generally better than the rook. Like, for the most part, they're obviously, everything in chess is like, well, there's a scenario where it's not true, but most times it's just true that two pieces are better than one rook, which is what they would have got, because remember, they're taking this first. So even though they have a piece hanging in this position, I'm -3 right now in this instance. Right, that's the difference. I'm -3 in this instance. So once I take and they take, it's like 6 for 5. But it's more just having an extra piece. It's really a lot better for the most. Like, unless something crazy. Like, if you have like 5 pawns versus it. Like, 5 pawns and 2 rooks. Like, yeah, it's better that way. But if it's just 2 pieces versus a rook, always take the 2 pieces. But the rook slides over. And again, f4 is mentioned. a5 is mentioned. And now I go knight d3. That move that they said was the best a while ago. Although it's easier to find this time. It's the knight's hanging. And going knight here to g4 just doesn't make that much sense. It's hard to explain. It just doesn't make sense because there's no square. Like, you can't go there. You can't go there. You can't go back. Like, you can only go back or back, which are both kind of pointless. Knight d3 also feels a little pointless, but you at least see that you're doing something, right? You can go to knight c5. I wouldn't have played that, but I think that's why it's okay. And you're at least defending this f4 pawn, so some utility versus none. Move their king here to f7. I go g4. They go up here to h6, king 4, pawn 4, knight in. This is where they mess up, I think. Yeah, you see the eval bar? It shoots up a little bit. It's almost exactly even right now. But once they take, and I think I had a reaction too. I don't even take back right. The eval bar at this one, I don't really care what the eval bar says. Like, yeah, that is equal. Definitely harder to play black with lower time too. Name of the plays that you listen to. I made it myself. I have been asked before. I need to put it on my actual YouTube, but what it is called is it's by Super Lo-Fi World, 1 hour lo-fi hip hop mix. But at some point, I'll just put it on my YouTube account so people can watch it. But I don't have premium on that one, so I just have it on the other account. But their king's gonna move here to g6. I took check. It's still okay, even slightly better, but it's hard to play. Like, they're down 40 seconds. Their king's kind of open. Oh, it is rook f3. This is a mistake actually. Because of what if king back, it's just they're just winning somehow. Would never have guessed that, honestly. Oh, I guess I see now, because f4 is unstoppable. Was rook a3 at any point the right move? Because I was considering that for a little bit. No, that is a miss. All right, I saw my rook over. We're putting pressure here on f5, and they make a mistake finally, which it's equal the whole time. Is definitely easier to mess up with black. Like, their king is just so weak. It's hard to blame them. Like, b6, who wants to drop this pawn here on, not b6, g6, drop the pawn here on h6. Like, yeah, this is fine, and obviously the computer knows that, and we know it after the fact, but with 50 seconds left on the clock, you're not just going to give up this pawn. Now, this is a mistake to give up a pawn, but I'd say this is easier to have a, I don't know, like a lapse in judgment, because you're trying to stop e5 from going to e6, so that makes sense. We took, rook's want to give this check, we take again, and now e6 for the win, as the king and the rook are just done. Like, you're going to get this for free. They don't even get this bishop for it. And we win the first game of the day. I actually won the bullet game, but the first rapid game of the day. Alright, we're going to go maybe to some 3-0 on this next one. Instead of, I'll go back and forth. I don't want to sit and play rapid the whole time. I will get bored. So, we're going to go to 3-0 this time, and then we're going to go back to rapid after. Up here to c6, bishop here to e7. Then to the exchange. They exchange in the center, and now bishop f5. I can't play. I would have won bishop f5. You can now go bishop f5 now. Giving me the file is an interesting choice. I don't know if that's the best. Bishop here, f5, exchange, knight here, knight here, knight here. Really now, if you could get the knight to this square, but you can't get to that square. They could go forward, right? But we castle. We now have a bit of a target. Their knight can slide in, I guess. But I'd definitely rather be playing my side right now. And we put the pressure here that we want to put. Capture. They don't have to do anything. They take that way. I'm not sure why they do that. They didn't have to do that. I want to move my, I could go knight here or rook up. Because then the knight's kind of forced to, yeah. Now the knight's forced to stay here forever. But they rotate their knight around. Oh, that's why they don't care. Because they're going to rotate all the way over to go here. And I'm going to have to drop back, yeah. And now they can push maybe. Yes, this is exactly their plan. If they let me get bishop here, but they won't. They're going to go knight in first. No, they didn't mess up. Their knight can't move. Now bishop here, the final attacker. But before that, they are going to take this. I think I'm too fast though, because this taking is attacking the rook. So they have to take the bishop, and then you do this. But then we're in the same spot though, where this is not hanging at all, because, but we do have b6 now. b6 and everything is solved. b6, take. Can you stop the promotion though? That's the only thing. you can't really stop the promotion. So we're going to move our king over here and just run here to D. Their knight slides in. Ah, that's why they did that. So now they have another piece that's guarding. The time's about even on this game. Let me double check. The king's going to go here to D6 and then C6. We want to win this, but we don't want them to promote at the end of it, though. So we need our king to be very close to what's happening. It needs to be an active member. And this knight can never get kicked. And you see the time is starting to go in my favor. I would try knight there or something if I was them. Get interesting. They give a check. Alright, king's going to have to go forward here. There's no check idea because of F7. They're just going to have to rotate back, honestly. I don't see anything else they could consider. Now, could you try B6? I wonder. Because they go over B6. If they take, you'll take the rook, right? So up here, take, you're up a rook. Do they attack your rook? I guess maybe you take again. Yeah, I think you can do it now. The king's close enough. Let's go for it. I am worried about if they take. I think worst comes to worst, you'll have 2 for the queen, and I'll have the initiative. Like, it'll be my move after they promote. But still, it's a little nerve-wracking that they have this. They're going to slide back with the check. I think I mentioned that too. The thing is, you could just take, and then now this is hanging. And rook takes is going to be the way I take it. Yeah, they can't take that. That's a disaster. You could check, take, up, down, take. Or you could check here. They have to go back. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. How do I guard this in a way that makes sense? I guess rook down now? We're up on time. That's probably the bigger thing. We're up 20 seconds, but they are going to lose most of their queenside pawns. This is a long game for a 3-0 game, I'll say. This is not feeling like a 3-0. Take this here, and then now we can go here. They're going to move down, cutting the king off. And now we have, okay, king over. They get behind everything. Check. I'm confused where they're trying to go with their pieces exactly. I'm going to try to run this up. 20 seconds left. Ah, and I do make an inaccuracy. I do mess up trying to guard everything. But they don't have enough pawn connectivity for this to really work. Okay, we're going to move our king in. Up. Oh. Oh, that's a mistake. And we take the rook. Perfect. And you can sack. They don't have enough. That's definitely an effort, though. They have 1 second left, and we get the win. That's a nice win there. Let's see the accuracy. I don't feel like it was that part black. I am full black, but no need for racism. All right. Appreciate that, Natty. Let's go to this next game. Oh, yeah, accuracy. 86.1% accuracy here. 2,450 expected rating. The basically perfect opening. It's saying the end game, and then mods. Appreciate the likes there. Yeah, they go up there to D4. I went D5. Knight's going to slide forward. And I played a semi-Slav defense. I played this a lot. I feel pretty confident in it. We get the queen exchange. Bishop here to F5. We take knight to D7. And now it's very even. In games, I like them. I do, and the other one. And yeah. It's in my bio. But yeah, I multi-stream. But I went knight here to D7. They go up here to A3. Knight here to B6. They go up, and then I castle here. The reason I could have went king D7. Yeah, king D7 does the same thing, and it fixes the problem later in the game where I ran my king all the way over. Because I just needed my rooks to connect, which is why I castled in the first place. So would have been a good idea to do that, but I don't. Let's see. I castled instead. They moved their rook forward. We put the pressure, but this is not a guaranteed plan to work. It's not guaranteed to work, but I'm the one that's attacking, so it's definitely easier. Even this is a mistake, like they're winning now, but it's hard to, when you're getting attacked, it's easier to mess up versus attacking, I'd say. Bishop here. What a move. I'm very happy I found this. Bishop to c3, because they can't take the knight because their rook falls, right? That's why you can take that first. And they take, and you take with the pawn. Now you're still guarding it, still looking to take away b6 eventually. And something interesting that I did this. You can't play b6 now, right? Because they take if you take, they can take back. If I took back, they have here, and you can't stop them from promoting, right? That's the issue. That's why I ran my king all the way over. How do I get 2K? I'm stuck on 1K. A lot of things I do are puzzle related, and just playing a lot of games. I think those are two main things. You probably heard that before, so I'm sorry if it's the exact same thing, but truly that is just what it is. Puzzles. I read the book, part of the book, Reassess Your Chess. That was also pretty helpful. You can play b6 now, apparently. Why does this work now? But yeah, that's the main thing I do. This really doesn't. Oh, because now the king, you can check. The knight back there, you can't check it. Right. So you could just sack the rook, I'm pretty sure. Here. And you could go take here. Oh, and you have a fork, and you take on b7. Wow. Did not see any of that. I didn't see that blunder. But I get my king over, and now we go for b6. Capture. You win that. And I don't think I played this endgame good at all. I'm up 2 pawns here. And they get it back even. After rook h6, I don't know if that's the easiest move to find, though. Rook h6, so that I can clear the king to go back here, guarding that way. I don't know. Not something I found. They get it back to a draw, but the time is the problem. The time is the problem. And then you see them make this mistake. Check, and then check. And then I can sack the rook now. And this pawn is just enough to win it. It would have been a win on the board, but they lose on time there. So that's the third game we have today. Off to a nice start. Let's go back to some rapid play, some longer games. I can talk about it more. Sorry, I keep looking over because TikTok gives me a puzzle to make sure that I'm still live and active. So I'm trying to make sure I don't miss that. So a lot doesn't end out of the blue. We have the white pieces again. We're going to play the Queen's Gambit this time. As I said, each time we play white, we're going to switch it up. We played the London last time. This time we're playing the Queen's Gambit. Alright, go knight here to c3. Oh. Do you take is the question. I really do not know at this point. You're supposed to take that or not. I'm just going to go e3. Like, if they take, sure. I'm not entirely certain, though. a3 attacking their bishop on the next turn, but they take it. The c pawn's going to move. You could take and get triple pawns. I don't think that's that good. So we're going to go bishop d3 instead. They move their queen. We're going to go bishop here, guarding on c3. The bishop, yeah, now I can't take. That's the problem. I have to wait for them to take. I don't want to do that. They go up. Can we capture now? And then set up, I don't know, like up here to some extent. Yeah, this is an initiative. The bishop's attacking the queen. Nothing falls, but we at least get the pawns undoubled. They slide in with their queen, attacking the bishop here. I can move my queen in and then go bishop back, but again, not that useful. But this is probably better than nothing. I don't want to drop this on d3. My king's not safe yet. I need to work on that. We have these pawns in the center going at it. Probably castle on the next turn. Pretty much whatever happens, just castle for safety. The queen's getting in, trying to attack. I don't want to let them go all the way in there. That's my goal, at least. Alright, they take there on c4. I can take with the queen or the bishop. I'm guessing I'm going to take with the... Sorry, one sec. I guess I want to take with the bishop, though. I don't want to lift my queen up to allow bishop to e6. So I'm going to take this way. And if they capture, capture. I did hit 2,000 on this account. I did hit 2,000. Where I think it's like at 2030 now after that win. It was nice. I almost hit 2K on Bullet as well. Might hit 2,000 all again. If it was just as good as the first time. I'm at 1950 bullet. Maybe we can do that at the end of the stream or later, because I want to talk about the moves. And I can't talk about the moves if I'm playing bullet, but it may be my best time control. It may be. We could try rook here to b1 if I'm feeling really aggressive setting up that pin. And I am. My king doesn't have to castle immediately. Like, it should, and I can end up regretting this, but it's not like the game's over if they make one more move. Oh, they miss it. They miss it. Now, let me just double check that this actually works. Let's double check. So here's what I'm thinking. If I go bishop b4, knight x c4, q x c4. The problem is whatever they do, the pin is still there. And because of the way that a bishop works, it's always guarding a c3 check. So I think we can do it. I am pretty sure. They missed. That's a crazy miss, man. The only thing is maybe I only get a rook out of it. Because if you go up... Oh, no. Then you just... No. Yes. I'm just going to go here. There's no way. Because they can't move their queen to d3. I'm very surprised that worked. I did this kind of, as you just heard me say, kind of not a joke. But like, this is not going to work. No way this works. And trying to go rook b1. My king could castle next turn. And I think it actually is going to end up winning me the game. Or at least give me an advantage. I've thrown plenty. So, I can't say it's going to win me the game, but I think it's enough. So they could get a piece and a rook for the queen. I mean, sure, that's not a bad thing. I'd rather have the queen versus a piece and a rook. I just got to make sure I win the knight back, right? Because if you let them keep the knight, then it's like, well, 2 pieces and a rook for a queen, kind of an okay decision for them, but move the queen and then take here, and now you see you have the queen for the bishop and the rook. I think that is good, and they can't immediately just move the bishop. They have to, yeah, they actually show it for me. I could go knight in. I still haven't castled. I think the idea with that would be to exchange more material. I would love to take this for the knight, like this knight for knight, like knight in, they move, because if they take, I'll take. And then we have here, check, over, and then take. Honestly, that's probably still better. So let's just go here. I wonder if they try this. That'd be an interesting idea, but they don't. Knight, check. The only thing is, maybe you can't take at the end, because if the queen can't go back to guard b1. So say it's capture, and then like whatever they take back with, and then if I take, and then they go over, you can't go back guarding this from happening. What I will say though, they can actually move the bishop now. So you could just castle first to avoid that issue. Yeah, you could just castle first. Now you could take on b7 if the bishop's gone, right? But they go up not giving that up. Now I will take the bishop off. I want to make this as simple as possible. So let's just trade everything we could possibly trade. Now, I don't want their rooks to get strong together. So I go h3 or rook c1. I'm thinking I'll probably go... I don't know. I have 5 minutes. I don't have to rush this. Rook c1 over. If they go over, I really just want to go h3 and cover the safety check of just going h3. It's not necessary, but I'd feel better about any attack I have if I know I can't get back rank mated. So I just want to play it safe. And having a queen on the board gives me an extra ability to do that. But it's not like the game's over. They got enough compensation for me not to win it immediately. If they trade this rook, I think it's a lot easier. Well, yeah, they're not going to trade the rook. Because having the rook pair at least gives you something to work with. You get something. Let's go maybe rook down then if they're not going to trade it. Sure, yeah, rook down. They're not going to trade the rook. They can't go straight down without having the other rook there. We're attacking. And now we have qb3 as an idea. Right, qb3 looking to go there. And take if they go rook over. Because they can't go up or you'll take. And then again that check. So we get this pawn, right? That's the first thing to fall down. Now this is weak. Again, this check is kind of an issue. I wish I could just exchange this. You could go here, and then the knight could slide in. I don't love the knight being here still. That's the only thing. I don't love the knight. I might just go a4. No, here, over. I have to watch out for rook d1. I need to get my... Okay, I see now. I need to get this here so I can go rook down and force the exchange. So queen here, check, king up, and then down. Yeah, they're going for it. But now we're going to set this idea up of rook down. Where do you go? Do I go here? Oh, maybe here first, because where is my queen at? Yeah, my queen wasn't doing its job. First, I need to threaten this, make them go back over, and then I go over. Yes, I think it's this. Threatening the idea of going in. And then if they block, then QA3 threatening that. Because now rook d2 check, they get out the way, they block it. And now this is more of an idea going down this way. I guess they can move their king out the way, but then this is weak. That's why I think rook e6 is the wrong way to guard it. Now they can't move their king. This is not, unless they go rook down. They go knight in instead, yeah. Now you see we get the exchange we want. Trading off a rook. Make sure there's no fork. But yeah, there's no fork. We're looking to exchange here on a8. The knight's also a little bit tender, but it's not weak. I have 4 minutes left. Not a whole lot of time, but it's not to the point where it's like, well, what are you doing? Like, I'm not moving that slow. You also have QB7 after if the king just moves. They could go rook down instead of taking. I don't know which is better. No, that's not good, because my queen's still there. I could just go QE7. If they move their rook down, I take, they take, QE. They have to move. They have to take and go king here. That's definitely the best thing, but they're calculating it. The thing is, after they move their king to h7, QB7, attacking the pawn there. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to find that. That's not impossible. Here, I think is good. I have to watch out. I can't drop my queen. The knight's tricky. If I'm going to win, it's going to be probably from a second promotion. What's going on, Pawn Man Chess? Congratulations, congratulations. But they move forward here with the king. Alright, the king is its own thing. They're making it an aggressor. Alright. Do I go here and set this up? I could. Here. There's no fork, and we're setting this. They move. They can't go over then. And I want to get rid of this so I can push the a pawn. But right now I can't do that. They're not making this easy. Like they could have given up a while ago. Shout out to them. This is not an easy conversion. They dropped their knight back. Okay. Let's go up here. Make sure my queen doesn't fall. We're looking for this check. If you went up, they had rook capture. I'm realizing now. We're going to give a check. And now we're going to attack this again. Oh, but the knight's in a better spot now. A very nice touch from them. Alright. Check. And then maybe just drop back. This is difficult. You would think it's a lot easier. I like a4, a5 now. Okay, they slide their rook over. a4. Can they do anything to attack me? No. Just go a4. And then a5? Because we're trying to get rid of this. No, maybe I need the a pawn though. Because that's just too difficult to win it on one flank. Yeah, that's a bad plan. That's a bad plan. But now I kind of have to do that. If I can get... Oh, maybe I should give this up. And then if they mess up, I have queen here. So let's try this. Let's try and see if they make a mistake. Queen here, they take the pawn. Queen then to e4. They can't guard it. Let's go here. They can't take that. Because of QE4 after. I have 2 minutes left. I still need to... I don't want to get too low where I blunder and they find the move. Yeah, I can't say I'm that surprised they find it. They've been playing really good since they messed up. And now we're going to go up for this, though. This is excellent. Queen here. Attacking the knight. Now I'm going to push. Oh, wait. Could I go here, then? Oh, but they have a check. So let me just go up here first. Check, king h2. So we have this pawn that's now kind of a passer. I didn't want to take to undermine this 2 squares away from a queen. Doesn't make sense to get rid of it. So I'm going to keep it there. If their knight goes, you have QE. So I'm going to go here, and then they go rook down. It should be the response. Oh, they're setting up the checkmate idea. They're too slow, I believe, because check up, knight in, king up. And if they go knight there, we just go g3. Honestly, it's also a move away from a queen, so it wouldn't even matter that much. Unless, am I miscalculating that? No. Here, knight in. Ah, they get behind the pawn, but still, it's not enough. Queen captures. And now you're setting up qd8. And you could also set up here, because they're going to go knight there, right? That'd be the idea. But they might resign. Because even if they go knight there, you have the king's in such a bad spot. Oh, they could go king here, but still here. Yeah, that's what they do. You could go here still. And then, yeah, you're setting that up. There's a check, but king here to g3. The only move that really makes it kind of simple, because if you went king up, taking, yes, you could go there. They have a few checks, but it feels like that's a problem you don't really want. So you just have to go king g3 after they move their knight in. They attack the queen. The thing about this is you can still promote to a queen. If they take, you'll take the rook instead. So it's the same thing. It doesn't matter. Whichever they take, like they're going to lose a rook. They lose it this way, where the queen slides back over. All right. Now this is easier. That move wasn't good, but I'm seeing my time's low. We still have to do the hard part. We've done the hard part, I'll say. We still have to convert it. But, you know, a knight versus queen. A minute left is enough time. I've won games with fewer amounts than this. But let's not get our queen and king too close to run into a fork. Queen's going to slide down, setting this up. They have to move their king. I'll still set this up. A minute left. Okay, 39 seconds left. I think queen here next turn is probably more accurate, which they might be realizing now. Yeah, this is more accurate because that's free now. And then we can push g4 as much as we want to push g4. Capture here. Queen in. And you're setting up this mate idea. Up. And you see the time dwindling down. 29 seconds, but again, enough time it should be. No, there's no stalemate option. "22 seconds left. Yeah, that's just setting up a mate in one idea, and their knight can still move, which is the problem. And that's just mate in one. On g7, it should be. We can almost pre-move that, but let's just double check. Yeah, that's checkmate. GG to them. They survived a very long time. 68 moves. Let's look at the game review. Rematch. Unfortunately, I'm streaming, brother. That was a fun game, though, and I'm going to go through it. My accuracy was 88.9, so a pretty good game. Not perfect, though. And Jordan, appreciate those likes on TikTok. Appreciate everyone that's been liking up the stream. Original Wizard there, and Jordan, I see you right now. So let's go through this game. It was a fun game. No great moves, just 39 best. So appreciate that, pawn mate. Appreciate the subscription. Almost at 970 there. Oh, 1 sec. I got to make sure TikTok doesn't kick this live off. All right, there we go. We found the puzzle. All right, let's go through the game. I start off with d4. Wait, where is it at? And now we play the Queen's Gambit. Learning this versus the London. Appreciate that, Evan. Appreciate that. Yeah, learning this versus the London. It was a good game for it. We go knight f3 is our first development move. Knight c3, e3. This is where I took some time. As you see, 10 seconds. You may think not that long, but considering how quick I made the other moves, this was definitely one I wasn't sure about. I considered going bishop here. Let's see, is that okay? No, that's an inaccuracy, so I'm glad I didn't do that. And I also considered just taking. I'm guessing that's also an inaccuracy. This is okay, but knight in is the problem. Well, I didn't do any of that. I went e3. They take, I take. They castle and bishop d3, and then queen here to a5. For a moment, I thought I messed up, because if you take this as triple pawns, and you can never, like, let's put this on the board. You can never push up, right? That's kind of why I thought I made a mistake. This is a blunder for a different reason. But let's say, let me just put this on the board so it makes more sense. Like here, and then, I don't know, here. And then I did this. This pawn is, yes, a mistake, right? So that I didn't love my position because I can never push. I can only just sit and wait for them to take potentially. And I don't ever want to take to get 3 isolated pawns, or triple isolated pawns. This is just bad if you're to take that. So I didn't love what I had. They go d5, I exchange. Once they did this, which is the best move apparently, I thought they messed up. Now I am slightly better, so I could have just felt this a better position. I felt allowing c4, for one, I undouble the pawns that I never would have been able to undouble, right? I can never do that unless I, like pushing d5 and I can't take. The only 2 things that would work to do that go. And then ABC, appreciate those likes as well. But yeah, we go up, they go down, and queen here to c2. And inaccuracy ends up winning me the game that I don't go straight for qb3, getting the queen exchange. Like if I did this immediately, I don't win the queen, right? So I just go qc2, I take. Oh, there's a bishop take. Oh, because if they take, you have rook or queen down. And then if they go down, you have here. Wow. And I guess they could move though. But then you could go, oh, you castle. And then you're setting up a lot of ideas. That would have been pretty cool. Did not see that though. I just take back in the center. Move their knight. Rook b1. Oh, that is the best move. I think I said I didn't think it was a good move. And I thought castling was better. This was my... If you had said, this is, what's the best move, I would have said castle. I thought rook b1 was more fun because there's a queen trap, right? And they miss it. So I go for the queen trap. I take, and then queen here. An important thing about this exchange, you pretty much have to take the, well, obviously you have to take the knight. But just for instructional purposes, let's say, I don't know, I castle. Now they have a fork there, right? So let's say they go there, and then they went there. This would never happen, but having the 2 pieces and a rook for the queen, or I guess it would be, you count these 3 for the queen, is actually better. That's why you have to make sure you win the knight back and make it so it's not better. So now it's this for the queen, which is something, but it's not enough compensation. Knight here's the second best move. I did consider castle. These are 2 things I thought about. I thought it was good to get aggressive and then castle. Now the difference is pretty fun why you can do it now. Well, now you have to castle first before taking. Because if you don't, if you take and they took, and then you go here, if they go here and you move, you can't. This is a mistake apparently. But let's say it's this way. They move this rook over, right? Take, and then rook here is the point I'm trying to show. As you lose the rook here in the corner, right? And now this is definitely winning. 2 rooks and a knight versus a queen. So that's why I go in and then castle before I take. But they now have time to go b6 and stop me from taking that on b7. So it was nice from them. Go up here to h3. They push their pawn here to h6. Rook over. And you don't want to trade. Like eventually I forced the trade. But they did the right thing. You never want to do that. Like the rook pair is definitely way better to fight back on a queen. Even if I have the rook versus this is pretty much impossible to defend. Like maybe, you know, Magnus or a Grandmaster or something. But I, for the most part, will beat someone the same level as me. A queen versus a rook and a knight. Now the rook pair, I probably still should. But this is definitely hard. They have something that can work together to attack. Like the rook and knight aren't going to work together to attack me. Is the main difference. Now the rook c7, the best move. It's attacking here, and if they push, it's because this is not even the best move. But the point is this is hanging eventually. I would have taken, I didn't have the engine while I played the game. I would have just taken that. Oh, maybe not if I saw that part of it. But for a second, I almost did that. But then move their king over. We take on a7. Now we're plus 2 points of material. We have a pawn and a queen for this rook and the knight here. All right, move their rook forward, queen in. Not the best move. My idea with this is to set up queen a3, right? So the rook's hanging, so they move this rook over to guard. Queen back, attacking. I thought this was a mistake, honestly. I thought there's a better way to guard this, but apparently not. They played, oh, oops. They apparently played the right move there. Man, my bad. But yeah, they move their rook over. Queen here in an accuracy, actually. But the point is to set up the rook exchange. And now, It should be easy. They survived 38 more moves though, but this should be an easy end game theoretically. But they made it difficult. Move our queen in. I don't want to get my queen too close to my king, run into this fork, which is why I think I mentioned earlier, I would rather trade in my knight for the knight and let them keep the bishop. The knight is just trickier in end games, especially in like a closed position, because this, I didn't think I was going to win because of the a-pawn, honestly. I thought it would be, I would trade this off, but I realized it'd be difficult to do it that way. But still, I didn't think this would be the way. Like, I'd get it past this without taking. Oh, another thing, a fun little, if they take the pawn here, maybe you thought I messed up, you could go here on e4. Oh, I guess not. I guess you'd have to go here. Oh, I thought that was where you could win something. I'll take that back. I missed the tactic, and they missed something. They could have just captured the pawn, but they don't keep it because you would just go there. But I did mess that up. Thought you could win something. You cannot. But in the actual game, I give a check. No, that's not the game. They move the rook over. I go up here. If they take, this knight's going to hang here on c5. So they don't do that. They move their knight back. When they could have went to knight to a6 to stop the progression, if you go up here, this queen check doesn't win the knight because the rook is now playing defense. So it doesn't really make that much of a difference. However, they don't find the best continuation, and they go knight back here to d7. I go queen over, attacking the knight. Now a6 immediately would have been fine, but I'm attacking this first, and now I push a6. A complete pass. You're taking this would be a horrible move. I mean, you're still winning, I guess, but it's just so much easier to push the a-pawn down the board. Move their knight, a7, rook down. Now, I was worried about if their knight got in. And if they have two moves, say, I don't know, here, and then, I guess here. This is, and then, oh no, the queen, let's say the queen can't block. Like I said, I go here, and then this is checkmate, right? So that's what I was worried about for a second. But you have king here to h2. Now if they go in, you just would have went king g3, and they have no check at all, so it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work out for them. So yeah, I take this here, and it's a fun promotion, because whatever they do, you have two queens, right? They only have one move. Viewer tournament, so Jonas, I do viewer tournaments every third day. I do puzzles. Today a rapid, or rating grind. It's more than just rapid. And then I do the viewer tournament. So those will be tomorrow, if you're interested in doing that. And then, yo, we got another subscriber. We're at 970, much appreciated. 30 away from 1,000. A fun costume when we hit that. But back to this review. If they take this way, which they did in the game, you take. But if I keep hitting the down arrow, but it's very close to being over. And if they take here, you would take the rook on a1. So that's why you can promote despite your queen hanging. You have two of them. You only need one of them. And they have this knight remaining versus the queen versus a rook and knight versus the queen. Like the pawn here for their dark square, the dark positioned rook. They still make this difficult. Shout out to them, but it's not too much to say at this point, as you imagine. The queen versus knight, it's just a checkmate at some point, right? Fifth in chat. Above effect. Man, much appreciate that, Yon. Much appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying. I think I've definitely said your name before. So I think you've been in here before. But there's checkmate there on g7 at the end. And we get the win. So that was a fun game. They did mess up early, but you still have to play accurate to convert it. Because if you mess up, they definitely would have won the game. Let's go to a new one. I'm going to go back and forth between Rapid and Blitz. Because I cannot sit for that long and play Rapid. I need something faster paced. Let's go up here. We're trying to get to, I guess, 2100 on this account. Or this Blitz. This time control. Because I'm not 2100 on my other account. I'm saying like I'm on 2100 on both. I'm not. We're going to move our knight here to d2 in this game. They're attacking our queen. You could go up, but they have d5. So I don't think that's that good. We can drop back. Maybe that's also bad, though. I have to make a decision. But this is also not that good. But I have to go. It doesn't matter that much. It's a blitz game. Let's go up here. Bishop in is now quite the worry. Let's go knight here attacking this. Oh, you can't go bishop up. Oh, you could. That feels like a mistake somehow. This is kind of weak. Let's go here attacking. And then maybe queen here. Setting up something. Maybe bishop in. The knight's ready. They might just go h6 because the knight's so good. They might go up and I have to drop back. They slide over. They're not too worried about it. Maybe they are right to not be worried about it. But we're going to go for this anyways. This attack. Up. But they can just go back. Makes a lot of sense. They didn't consider it. But in hindsight, that definitely makes a lot of sense. Nothing can really happen if the bishop's there. So let's just reroute back. But they're also up on time. I've not managed the clock very good on this in this game here. They move their bishop up. Rook over. I mean, it doesn't matter. We have another knight that's going to replace it. I hope they trade it. But I doubt they will. Because then I can just go knight there. H6 stops it. So many things they can do to stop this. Yeah. Bishop to F1. Getting out the way. And then C4 maybe cutting off the diagonal. Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a free queen. Yeah, there was a free queen that I wasn't even focused on. That is disgusting. Well, now I have to win. Because if I lose and I miss that, that is crazy. Gotta win now. If I wasn't locked in, I am at this moment. But yeah, I didn't even think about the idea that their queen was free. I don't know. Didn't cross my mind to even check for that. I thought they resigned. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I would have felt horrible if I lost that game after that. The accuracy, I'm sure not good. I'm sure. 83%. I mean, not horrible. D5 is a blunder. And this is not even the best move to take the queen, apparently. You're supposed to take the knight first here. And then you take the queen. Wow. Chess is brutal. And then now you're up, what? A rook completely? Okay, so not the best game. I missed the free queen. But we get the win nonetheless. We're at 20-40. But that was quick. Too quick for me to get a real break. But it is time to go back to some rapid. See if we can get and continue this streak. I have to get the black pieces finally. I've been playing white. I think every game, almost every game in the stream besides the blitz game. The first one. With rapid twice, blitz once, and then the bullet game. I've had white. I go up here to D4. No, E4. I'm going to play E5 in response. Knight here to F6, the Petrov. And they go knight C3. We want to keep practicing the 4 knights, which is not something I know very well. I've been learning it on stream as we go. But this is the best computer move. I usually play D6 first and play the Petrov. See, they've lost me here. This is where I don't know what to do. I imagine you can't let them go D5. That feels like that would not be good. But D4's definitely had me stumped a little bit. 2200 as well. They're a very good player. If you take in the center, the knight takes bishop D7. It'd be perfect to go over after this game because we went over it before. And I remember it doing it, but I don't remember the actual best move when they go D4. So if you take, the knight can take, and then I guess bishop D7. That's my thought with it. Because if you go here now, they could take, and then they win the pawn there in the center. So I assume you have to capture this. So everyone take that. They capture. Okay. And now bishop D7, I'm also guessing you have to do. But this feels like getting double pawns in the opening can't be the computer line. Like, there's no way I'm playing this right. It must be something else. But what could you even do? After D4, you're pretty limited. They castle. Oh, I thought they messed up for a second, but they take this with check. So it's not some huge deal. Let's move this. I mean, you could take this, though. And then they take. Or no, take and then take. And then take and then take. And then here. You could avoid getting double pawns that way, right? So sure, let's do this. Capture. And you can't trap the bishop here, back. Here, back. Oh no, you can't. Oh, you definitely. Oh, if they go back, they can go back this way though. You almost can if they go back here, because you check, they go here, then you go C5. Maybe they mess up, because this is really. The only problem is, if you go up and they just move the bishop back here, then this is a pretty big weakness. So you're taking a risk if you go for it. And I don't think it's worth the risk if I'm wrong. Or not if I'm wrong, if they just don't play bishop back, which they don't have to play. That might even make more sense. It might be more natural to do that instead. So it's taking or going bishop e7. I'm not sure which one I prefer right now. If you go up here and then just up, I mean, that seems pretty normal. Yeah, I'm gonna take this and then here, then castle. Again, not exactly my opening yet, but we're trying to make it. Oh, that's free. Missed that. Let's attack the knight. Get them to drop back, and then we go bishop e7. I consider fianchettoing. My only thing with that is up, they go here, up. It's a little slow, F4. Like, it might just be simpler to go here and call it a day and try and defend that position. We're slightly worse at the opening, I'm sure, but nothing that's untenable. Like, we could still come back in this one. I feel like it's not completely winning for white. They have to drop their knight back here. I mean, they could go back there. Why, though? You'd probably go knight c3. But I'm down on time, and it's only 9 moves in. I like bishop e7, and then h6, and then castle. h6 first, you could convince me of, but oh, they push. Okay. Well, that has to be inaccurate. If you take the knight, they take your knight. You take... Okay, you take their knight, right? They take your knight, equal. You take their pawn, you're up a pawn. They go rook e1. You go... I mean, you could just go king d7 though. Like, you don't have to castle. I think that's the part they may be missing. I can even go king d7, king c6, and then like c6 and king c7. So I should probably put this on the board. If you take, right, they would have to take. You would take going up a pawn. Their idea must be that rook e1, bishop e7, queen over is somehow winning. Even then, you could just go king d7, though. Like, you don't have to... I'm pretty sure you can just take the knight. And it might be worse to not take the knight, if anything. Because you'd have to take the pawn. Then here, and then here, then there's actually a fork. So, yeah, this has to be the best move. Not that this is winning, taking the knight, but you're for sure losing if you take the pawn. So, it's process of elimination. Take this here. Oh, they check this way. Oh, it's because they take this. That makes way more sense, though. I was like, what are they doing? Because I'm like, why are they doing that? I was missing it. Wow. What a nice idea. They go queen in here. Did not see that one. Did not see that one. I could go up here with the queen. But it might be best to just go here and castle. Now, do they take this or are they going rook? I'm guessing they take. Because they must see. Yeah, they have to take. I have 2 pawns hanging here. I'll probably just give it up and just go for a counterattack. I realize I've messed up somewhere in the opening. That much is clear. But I'm not going to ruin the game further because I messed up in the opening. Like, I just have to give a pawn up and then hope that this pressure gives me something. Going straight here may be what they're looking for. I don't know, though. You could go up. They take maybe here first. Here attacking the queen. We have pressure with the rooks. That's something. That's not nothing. It's not useless. Queen here for a quick initiative. Attacking. They're going to guard that. And then we go d5, bishop d6. Oh no, we can go bishop f6 instead. What's going on, Thinker? How you doing today, man? How are you doing today? And then DZ Preach the Father on TikTok. I'm getting cooked in this game, Thinker, but you missed some fun wins I had. You missed some fun wins. But I need to learn this opening. We'll be going through the engine a lot after this game. I gotta see the best moves. So I think I lost on like move 7 or something early on. But queens, I'm playing the 4 knights now. So not today, we'll have arena tomorrow. Tomorrow we have arena for a while too. Because I should be on earlier than I was the last time we did it. I think it was on like 3 hours. We'll get someone. We'll get some more tomorrow for sure. Appreciate that, Yamin. Appreciate that. I try and make every game competitive, even if I'm not winning. Like, I try and make it competitive because I just don't want to lose. I don't want to lose. I had to give that up. But this is something. Like, I'm sure it's +1 or 2 for white. But they're thinking for a reason. Like, it's not that simple. There's a lot of scope for my rooks. Now I considered going up. What I think the problem is with that is they simply could go g3, right? So it's easier to just go here. Not even easier. It makes more sense to do this Because it's harder to stop this attack. Like, you could stop a kingside attack, no problem. They just go G3, and then F4 even. I'm really just helping them out. They want to go G3, F4 anyways. That doesn't work. It does not work. And we finally... Oh, no, it does work. Let's have to take that. That's a free rook. So that's how they can do it. Oh, what if you go queen here, though? They have to move the bishop, and then you just take. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain. All I have to do is make sure I have an escape square. Maybe G6 at some point. But I don't have to rush it. You know, I can just... Like, if it comes where I need to play this, we can stop this attack. This is hanging. Like, once you take this... Or I don't need to overreact to what I mean to say. Like, yeah, this is not ideal that you can't go up. C3, I don't think they can play, because then you could take there, right? Because in capture, you have two attackers on the B1 rook. It could not work. C4 instead. So the same idea. Oh, C4. Well, you could still just take this, though. And then maybe they're saying queen in. That could be the counter argument. No, but now the rook can take the pawn, though. Yeah, the rook can just take. And then if you took, you would take, and then take. Yeah, you could just take. And you're honestly winning. Black has to be better with the rook captures A3. Yeah. I'm willing to say so. I am willing to say so. Because taking here runs into queen C2, which is not winning at all. That's definitely losing. But you can just take here. And the problem is, that I'm seeing at least, the queen's hanging. If you take, you can take this rook, right? And then if they take, then you then take that rook with the rook, right? I think this is a forced attack. And then, isn't that weak too? I guess they could go in the center. I feel like I have enough. Like, there's no way they keep everything over. There's no way. Like, I don't see it. But I have 4 pieces that are actively attacking their queen side. Like, there must be some way to break through at some point. It'll probably just come with some time. I'll have to see it unfold. The king is a little weak, but their king's also weak. If they ever want to get aggressive, I also have something. Well, my queen probably won't be there for much longer. But this has to be winning. It has to be. There's no way, because their queen has to stay on a light square diagonal. This feels weak. Oh, they do it this way. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I thought I won something. No, you don't. So do you take this or this? I would guess it's probably better to go to the end game. Because you can't take, they're up the rook. Right now they're up a rook. So you either take here or take here. And I think the difference is taking here, this is a discovered attack. So we're going to capture here. And then you take this at the end. This may be weak. Can you somehow win material? I don't have to trade my rooks yet. Because trading rooks may bail them out. Take. This, oh, and that's just a passer too, right? So I don't want to do that. Think this through. If you capture, king captures. No, this is just too good. And this is a pass pawn. So maybe you go here? Oh, no. You could trick them. You could go here. And then if they go over, you could take and then take? Or do you go here? Here might be better. Yeah, because they can't slide all the way over. You're guarding A1. And they have to go back. And then you can go here, winning on C4. And my king's not that far away. Like, if I can just get king F8 with a tempo. I mean, it won't be a tempo. But, like, if they like, play too defensive, too show, like. Alright, you see their idea is to give this up and set up. Yeah, the problem with their plan here, if you take, they're maybe looking at bishop A7, you can stop it. And if they don't go bishop A7, you have rook A8, right? I think that's the issue. There's no discovery. If they go here, yeah, there's just nothing that I can see. There's always a way out of this. So they just want to capture. I hope I'm not missing something. But I'm pretty sure whatever they do, you have rook E8 as an escape valve. Right, yeah. We'll see in a second. We'll definitely see. I won't have to be wondering for long. And this is not a winning end game. We're up a pawn. We have a minute 42 though, so we have to figure out a way to hold it. But they don't have to take, let's say. They don't have to take. Take. And then get my king in finally. We're up this one piece of material. This singular pawn, but it may be enough to win the game. Alright, king's here now. They know that it's not that difficult to draw, I'll say. I mean, they can definitely draw this game. I'm moving our king forward towards the center. I'd rather keep the c-pawn to make their... Yeah, I'd rather keep the c-pawn here, probably. Because check, they move... No, let's just take. Honestly, just take. And then back. And I'll play from here. You could go up, but I need to get my bishop in the game. That's all I have to do. But a minute 20 left. It's not like it's the ease, so check. And then here. Oh, that's beautiful, right? Because now they have to take or they drop that too. Yeah, that's game. With bishop here to d6. They have to go back because they can't trade the bishop. But they have to trade the bishop or they lose the pawn. Down 2, they can't trap that. I'd go back. And then they'd have to go up. I maybe... But then if they're doing all that to trap the bishop, I could just push the c-pawn. So let's see, can I do that? Take up. But then you could try here to a... I feel like you can definitely save the bishop. And I have limited time. Yeah, I feel like you can definitely save this. Up, down, up, over, take, take. Oh, maybe not, but I don't think they can... I'll have 3 pawns for it. Maybe I could have done something else, but you're going to take both their pawns. Take. Take. Okay. This is probably a draw. Man, did not do the best there I probably could have done. Man, maybe you can't just take that in the corner. That's definitely what I learned there. Up. I think it's winning now. Because they can't stop both pawns, right? I think it was a draw if they just move their bishop around. But their king kind of lost its leverage. So up here. I think they're too slow. Yeah, they're one move short. They're only one move short, but I think it is a win. Here. They needed to beat initiative. Now I go, the bishop moves. Right? So queen. And then queen here. Alright, 25 seconds though. They're not going to quit, obviously. Q-F3. I can try and stay on light squares. And then king d3. Now, I want to go over that endgame, though, because I definitely threw it away for a second, but now it is going to be checkmate in 2. They could block that, but you have check and then mate here on its c2 instead. But yeah, I definitely was winning and then losing. Or not winning, then drawing, and then winning again. You just can't take on h2. That was a bad... It was a quick calculation. Is that stalemate? No, they can slide over. And they're still mate. GG. Alright, let's see the game review on that one. I definitely... Yeah, he could have made that a draw. Another sub, appreciate that. We're at 971. The end game for both of us was bad. It says, I had a brilliant middle game, 94%. I had an 80% actually end game, though. Yeah, I did not feel very good. I did not. I was not good at all. But let's go show this real quick. 3 pawns versus a bishop is still a win. Really? I thought they were winning that. Can I hydrate to stay in the game? I got you. We can hydrate. Let's see. Good find. Rick was material. It won material? Okay. I definitely missed winning material there. But yeah, let's go through this. E4. E5 here. The Petrov system. And now I'm testing out the 4 knights game. Now, for those who have been watching for a while, or if you're new, I guess I can tell you anyways. I've been doing D6 most of the time when I play this, which is, as you see the eval, 0.5 for white. So I'm playing knight here to learn a better computer line. A little confused still, so we're getting out some of the, ironing out some of the details, you could say. Bishop b5, d6. We've learned this, but this is actually not the best. It's not a good move either. I'm supposed to instead do what? It's not d6. Knight d4 apparently is the best move for this. Wait, no. Is this what happened? No, knight d4 is the best third move. Good to know. That's not what I played. I went d6. They go up here to d4. I take, they take, and bishop d7. All this is book apparently, so I have learned something. They castle. I take the knight, which is not the worst move, second best move. They slide in with the queen. I take, and up here to a6. And they go here to e5. A great move. And they spend almost a minute on it. You have to take the knight. I'll explain why in a second. You can't take. This is just losing, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is a blunder. Because queen here, you'd have to block with something. And they have this fork here on c7, right? So you have to take the knight. I think while I was playing the game, I said, I don't know if this is winning or anything, but you lose if you take the pawn, so you have to. Queen takes, bishop e7, and I correctly give up the pawn. Now, it is +1. I call it this, too. I said it's like +1 or +2 for white. But this is difficult. I'd play this again, honestly. I know this is not the best move. This really, this is just too hard to deal with, right? You have 2 rooks on these open files. Chocolate milk, I do not. I mostly only drink water. I know that's not entertaining or fun, but no refill of chocolate milk. But rook here attacking the queen. They drop back, and I go queen here to e6. Now attacking here on a2. This is hanging, which is why they have to go a3. Well, not have to. That's why they go a3. I'm sure that's not the best move, as it's saying a4 is the best move. I go here with the bishop, setting up here the pin, and we're also attacking on b2. That's the idea with that move. And I slide over a mistake, and I find qa2, and I found it almost instantly. It says 20 seconds. I was just making sure it worked, but I'm like, qa2 has to be good. The best move was c3. That, I don't know what I would have done if they played c3. c5 apparently. Doubt I would have played that and got a backwards pawn. So I'm not sure what I would have played here. Luckily, I don't have to find out. And move their rook over here to a1, b1. I slide in. c4. I'm actually better now after that quick maneuver. You have to take on a3. A brilliant move. Shout out to me. The reason this is good is because they, well, what do they do in the game? Yeah. So if they took this way, now this is hanging, right? That's the point of that. But they actually take this way. And this is worse because you're going to lose a pawn for the most part. The rook here, for a while, you see I spend like almost a minute on the move. I was worried about rook getting behind the pawn. What I missed that whole time is the bishop is just guarding on a1. So that it doesn't really matter there. So they can't. They slide their rook over. a4, I'm not sure why I didn't play that. I guess it just doesn't matter. Like, I'm probably winning the pawn still. But yeah, that was probably better than to go rook to e1. This is a miss. I'm still winning. It's better to go bishop here instead. Oh, maybe because they can't go up because of mate. So you get them off the... Oh, that's very smart. They're off the file, and now you take... Or you go here. But I would have taken if I would have done that. Now setting that up. Yeah. What a move, bishop c3. Did not see that intricacy in the position, and I just take the pawn. It looks like this is a mistake because my king doesn't have an escape square, and they have a lot of discovered. But I'll go through each one and explain why I was fine with it still. And they don't even play it. They push up to c5 anyways. But for a thought experiment, if they go here, looks like they're threatening this and the checkmate. But yeah, rook a8, kind of a similar thing with everything. Is just rook a8 is the response. Or here you could even block this way, but still rook a8 would have also worked. But the main thing that looks bad is bishop a7 maybe setting this up. But now you can, oh yeah, king f8 or g6. I might have played g6, but king f8, and now it's fine. So it looks dangerous, but there's no way they can really force it. So I took the pawn. Now, this is plus 0.5, not the best way to go about it, but not the worst. They go c5, rook down, and this is a winning end game. Did I blunder? I did not convert this right. I just still win the game. They move their king forward. Yeah, d5, which is funny because you'll see, wait, here is where I'm like, well, I would love to be able to push my pawns up, but I can't, and I missed the opportunity to, and I should have went there quicker. So that's just a miss. They move their king in. Again, d5 is just completely crushing, and I give them sort of a chance here. You can take. Oh, the problem is I need to go king e6. I was right with that, wrong with the execution. It's king e6 instead. But now I'm going to win both pawns. That's why I pushed h4. And this is still winning. I do not convert this right. I do. Oh no, it's not going down. So it was never a draw apparently. I thought it was a draw. But it's never a draw. 3 pawns are enough apparently. Here, you can sack. I briefly thought about that, but with 40 seconds left, I'm not sacrificing. To be honest, I'm just not doing that. I'm not finding that quickly. We go back. And I thought they messed up when they did this. It's still plus 0.7. But I thought, well, they get back. Now we can start pushing it forward. Because when the bishop's behind the pawn, like, they could really repeat here. Like, if you, I don't know. They go here. And I go here. And they go back. What can I do? I have to sacrifice. And am I finding out with 40 seconds? I doubt I am. But once they go back all the way to a3, I'm like, okay, well, I can just push now. And push. And this is horrible. Like, you can't do that. It looks like you can. But the problem is the bishop can't stop both of them. It's not strong enough. I thought about this too after I played it, not before. I was like, well, I could have went king e4, and now the king can never move. So a little bit worried that I messed that up, but still. I realized that they're just one move away. If this king move was to attack the pawn, it's a draw, right? But because it's not, it's now one move for both of them. The king is there, a move too late. Now you can go there, queening, and then the rest of it is just a conversion. Low time, but not that difficult as you have a queen, so I can't act like I did some heroic task. You just have to get the king there on that first rank. So we got that win. That was a fun game, definitely. Now I know, let's go back to the beginning. It's knight d4. Let's get that into my head. It's knight d4 when this happens. And knight d6, it's here. This I didn't know because this looks kind of good. What's going on, man? How you doing? And appreciate the follow there, Spicy. Yeah, we're attacking the knight in this line. Let's see what the engine says. It's saying they can... Yeah, I'm worried about e5. But apparently you just take. And then take. Okay. We'll try knight d4 next time. That feels a bit dangerous. But we will go for it. Let's go. And then Sim, appreciate the follow there on TikTok. But yeah, let's go to this next game. It will be a blitz game as I interchange the blitz and the rapid. Maybe the occasional bullet game, but I know you guys can't really... I can't explain my thought process, which is not as fun if you're watching, I guess. So we're going to play some blitz. I can still say some things about it. They go up here to e4. I'll go here to e5. The Petrov here. Ah, here we go. The 4 knights. Can they go up? No. They don't do the thing we're trying to learn. Let's go here to e7. And h6. I don't want the bishop or the knight there. Castling. d6, bishop e6. This is basically the Petrov, but it says the Italian. This is like the Petrov, but they're pretty much the same opening. The knight there versus there. Very similar setup. It transposes easy, I suppose. Oh, well, can you go up? Could you go up? You can't. You can't. Let's try it, though. Maybe they mess up like the queen dropping in that other game. But that does fix the problem. If you go up here now, they go in. Here? This is just bad all around. I hate... This is a horrible position. We're going to take this and then hopefully get rid of an attacker. And now what is the plan? I guess here. And then rotate. This is a losing position, I'm sure. There's nothing good. c6 to try and do that. And kick this out the way. And take... Oh, that is a good move, though. c6. And we're trying to get this out of the center. Or it's not good, because this is a free pawn. If it wasn't a free pawn, it would be a good move. The idea is good. I just did not see that I'm not in a position to do that. Alright, I move there. Bishop in. The knight can go back. But I think they have a pin is the problem. Yeah, this is just bad. We messed up. This is a pawn that's going to sit there for the rest of the game. We can go knight here. But they are clearly trying to keep this alive. Capture. If I just go rook over first and then c6, it's an amazing move. But because of the move order, it is not a good move whatsoever. The knight's going to go here. Maybe we can do something. We can't take the bishop where they have the pawn that's anchoring the pawn there. I have a feeling they're not going to lose this game. Oh, this is a disaster. This is a disaster. They move their queen forward. This is positional dominance. Take here. There's no fork. I don't know. Here? But I guess they could... Oh, they can't push. But they want another pawn. And this... I could just resign. They're not going to lose this. That was a quick game. Yeah, GG, GG. GG to them. Let's see the review, because that was horrible. The main issue, I think, is c6, though. Like, if I don't play c6, our bishop here is bad, too. c6 is only a mistake. It's saying I can't take in the center. The opening we played better, because they didn't do something that confused me. We go bishop e7, although castling is better at this point, instead of what I did. And then, yeah. So, take here and then here. I never do that. I don't understand why that's good. I never. It's just an exchange in my mind. But the computer says it's better, it's more equal. So we'll trust the computer. Next time we'll just take on e4 and then go for this fork here. And if they go here, this is a free knight. That's the problem with that. Oh, that's not the line. Alright, here. They go up here to d3. Castle. I'm really doing okay for the most part. I should have taken. This is a bad plan. Because I'm trying to assume they're bad. And I just trapped their bishop. You could have just taken. I thought this was bad too, though. I was like, well, if I do it this way. Oh, this is free. That's what I'm missing. So they had to take. I thought I was giving their pawn a way to get out of this bad spot. But they would have dropped something in the center. So that's why I missed on that one. It was only a 20-move game. And yeah, you see, just positional domination after that c6 mistake. I was trying to attack the pawn. Now, I could have just gone up and then maybe here or something, and then c6. Oh, now you can go c6 now even. So my idea was right, just horribly timed, where it doesn't even matter that it was a good idea. But yeah, we lose that game. GG to them. Let's go to another rapid game. That was a quick one again. A quick win the last time, a quick loss this time. Appreciate. Is that hats off or lurk there? What's going on, man? How you doing? I think that says Elias. Eli, what's going on, bro? Yeah, let's go up here to d4. Another 2200. I am getting some top level players today. So last rapid game we played the Queen's Gambit. So back to the London. And this game, playing Roboto here. E3 and then knight to f3. I'm thinking for these next couple moves. And the appreciative likes there on TikTok. I can't see a username, but I see the likes going up, so much appreciated. I think e3, and then here, and then here, and then here. Or no, here first, right? Then we go h3, and then bishop e2. h3, stopping knight h5, which is not the worst thing, but I would prefer to have this bishop do a lot of damage. c3 stopping. Now, I don't take that usually. I feel like they can guard it. Maybe now. I'm willing to convince myself of it. My only problem is knight. Yeah, I don't know. Knight here to e4 after you take. Like, it just feels like there's too much. I don't want to deal with that. They can just. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to take it. I don't want to open up the bishop at all. It looks like it'll be easier to do versus how it usually is. Like, usually the bishop is somewhere here, then it really makes no sense. Because they would easily win it back. But with it here, you think about it. I thought about it. But I still don't like that decision. They slide their queen to b6. I can move my queen forward here. But they could just go c4. And then qc2, they go bishop here. I think it's qc1. Because maybe b3 was also an option. Alright, develop to d2 and then castle. Those are the next couple moves I'm thinking about here. a4 I'm thinking about, but they have two pieces guarding a5. So I couldn't fully extend on this side of the board. And I was like, well, if you can't go all the way down, is it really a point of doing it right now? But they go a5, you have to go up to try and stop that. Knight here, but bishop to this square feels very strong. Maybe g4 is the problem. I'm instantly attacking it. If they go in, we have knight d2. So we want to trade the light square bishop off if they try and keep on this diagonal. I'm guessing they move it though so their rook can get on c8. That's why I may have to rush in knight d2. So I have qb1 to get off the same file with the rook once it slides over here. I played this game over the board before. It did not go my way. Hopefully we can make it go my way this time. QC1 is theory. I have that in my my openings. Their Grandmaster have played this move before, so it's not bad. It's just not the easiest position. We're going to Sorvel. How you doing today? Yeah, not the easiest. Not the easiest. Hold on. All right, they're taking some time. We're up a minute. It's not blitz, obviously, but still, that's a nice little advantage. 10% of the time. But obviously, I've won games down a lot of minutes and lost games up. So it's not the strongest indicator how this will go, but at least we have some minor advantage in the opening against a 100-point higher rated opponent. Yeah, the queen's on c1, knight bd2, a4, and then Mr. Charismatic, appreciate those likes there on TikTok, closing in on 3.5 thousand. Chess plateau, what's the plateau at? Where's your plateau? And then for what time control? They're taking some. They must be taking a break or something. There's no way. This is like 2 minutes of nothingness. Well, again, the moves we're considering are knight bd2, castling, and if they go bishop f5, g4, and blitz, oh, that's not the worst plateau in the world. Obviously, still not the best thing, but it can definitely get better soon. Especially with how many games you can play in a day with Blitz and Bullet. Like with Rapid, Plateau is like, man, you can only play so many. But Bullet and Blitz, if you're doing 3-0, that's 6-minute segments. Can definitely get out of that. But yeah, they move. They're not moving. They have not moved. What are they doing? He's thinking next 3 moves could lose. Yeah. I imagine they're just taking a break. There's no way they're not just going bishop d7 or bishop f5. I feel like those are pretty simple. So they're taking a break. A time advantage, I'll take it, but I'd rather not be giving a non-chess advantage. If I get up on time, it would be because I'm making them think. Not because of this. I feel like if I went on time, it's not going to feel the same, you know. Because they took like a 3-minute break in the middle. And I have 6 minutes left. Yeah, bishop, that's what I said. Bishop f5 is like an instant move. I feel like. Alright, g4 here, and then here, and then here. Yeah, so they definitely were gone. We're attacking that. They take in the center. They collapse it. Uh-oh. It's not looking good. Oh, they could have taken. Oh, man. They go rook c8 here. It is looking bad. That is a mistake. I'm sure. They're definitely winning if they play rook c8 there. All right, knight in here. 100%. That's a win. It has to be. Oh, a mistake, I think. We have a fork. This is not free. The queen's guarding that. That's not free. We have knight in here to d7. They drop back. Well, we'll take our material. We'll castle to safety. But if they played rook c8 on that move they castled, they're winning. Like, there's nothing you can do. Here, if they go here, you can't... Well, I'll show it after the game because I don't want to... I want to keep my time advantage. Let's castle. But yeah, they were definitely winning for a move. This is still not hanging, right? Because we have the queen guarding it. We want to drop back here to h2 on this next turn. I don't want to deal with that for the rest of the game. Like, oh, well, the knight's attacking it. The queen's overloaded. That's not a fun way to play. Pen. Pen there. I just can't get too far with it. Like, if you go up, they go pawn here to e6. And there's no follow-up. But I guess why not? I guess why not? Would be the counter argument. Let's just go here attacking. Now, this is such an easy move to play. So it's like, man, it's not really that good. Like, they can so easily get out of it. Maybe do I trade? I have to trade down at some point. We can trade down now. It's a good piece. And then we'll go up here. Because I don't want to just give them this file, right? It feels like that's what they would want. They want to have something to play with or play for. We just want to sit our bishop in the center. Maybe h4 at some point. But we don't have to rush h4. We can now focus on getting our queen involved. quickly. That's my focus now. Queen up. The bishop is standing on its own with no knight attacking it. Setting up QB3 and then A4 on this next one. Used to be 2300. Oh, that is a drop down. Wish your bullet and wrap this in the net. But the queen comes here. They're attacking. Now going here does not attack that. But it does still set up the kind of a pin on the rook. It's a bit stuck. H4 at any point. I do like A4. I do like A4. Yeah, we want to go for A4. I like just getting space when I don't have a super obvious plan. It makes sense to me. So at least do something that improves the position. And now they finally go for it. If you were to take this, you do want a pawn, but they have queen in. So I don't want to play that game. Let's just go here to H4. I don't want to play that game. They can't. They could take, I guess. They could take. But then we'd go queen here to D2. We'd refocused on the king side versus going here on the queen side. All right, they slide over. Oh, now they make it easy because I can't just sit right and wait for them to take this free pawn. So queen over, kind of a no-brainer. Now they are setting up knight fork here though, so I have to watch that. But now this is looking a little weak. Now you can take because you have bishop g4 after. Whereas before you couldn't have done that. So they might just push. Or they could take now because there's no longer a pin there. Whatever they do, they have to do it quickly. They have 4 minutes left. I'm up 2 minutes. We want to keep pushing them on the clock here. Continue to after king. Oh, that's not. Well, it's not even back pre-move. It's not legal. You see, they're thinking, and they drop back. I'm willing to say that's a mistake. Because if you capture, they'd go back. You'd go up. You could trade off another piece. Maybe I don't want to do that, though. That's the only thing I could say. Because they would have this dark squared bishop. We have this dark squared. And I do have e4, but the rooks just aren't in the game yet. Once the rooks get in the game, then it all makes sense. And we're opening up a file. But take here, here. I don't have to trade, but they have knight in. I could just keep this, though. Honestly, that's probably better, because I have a pawn there on g5 the entire game. That's probably better. That's probably better. But knight in here then creates the issue of, well, can you keep it there the whole time? Like, at some point, they'd be able to win it. I would be fine with them taking it, though. Because say they go in, and I do, like, whatever. Take, queen takes. Yeah. I don't know. Because here, let's say they go here. Their bishop's bad, at least. Right? But I'm never gonna keep this. And then here, here, here. But they wouldn't go here. Because if you take there, then they have to trade the bishop, right? So that would be a good thing. So take, then they'd go h6 or f8. Oh, maybe could I could go bishop back and then queen up? That could be something. So capture. And assuming they don't go there, they go back. Bishop g3. Oh, but then they could go knight up. Yeah, I don't love this position. Even though I'm up, I'm not sure how to win it. I'd guess you probably keep the pawn there, though. That's something I'm gonna say. Let's just make a move. Rook here to e1. I really don't know, though. I feel like the rook has to get active somewhere, and they lock it. They lock it. I can no longer break through. It was probably sometime I was supposed to, but I just didn't see it, to be honest, so I'm not gonna think about it too much. I think that was a hard spot. We saw a rook over. We're setting up c4. We're up about 40 seconds, so the time advantage has dwindled some, but it's some real thinking going on right now. Like, how do you break through? Knight in's a worry to some degree. I guess I could just go bishop h2, though, since they can never break this with the pawn, and now this pawn's super good, and this is a weakness. If I ever somehow get to the 6th rank, Yes, we have to get out the way of that. F4 is kind of an issue. Almost an issue. They slide their queen over. Attacking this. That is weak. So let's go here, guarding. Can you go up? Can you go up and then exchange? Or can you go here and then here, but then that's free? They've played this amazingly. I'm up a piece, but it doesn't feel like it at all. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm up anything. Okay, now they're setting that up. Here, trade. And we're trying to break through and get our rooks in the game. They have this kingside attack, though. That's the only problem. Take. I guess you'd have to take. Here. Yeah, I may have messed that up. Rook over. So I go queen here then? Oh, wait. If you go here, they'll just take. So I gotta go up. Over. I may still have to go for this, though. Because if they go here, maybe I can go d5. So now we're setting this queen to c5. We're up 10 seconds. Not a lot of time. They spotted me a couple minutes, and I've already given it back. But it's not that simple. The king's looking very weak. But if we can just get the queens off, it's game. Like, we just have to get the queen off. That's the main thing we're aiming for right now. QC4, and then d5. And they move the queen, you can just go d5. So they can't go qf5 like I was worried about, right? Because you go d5 check, and then you win the knight. And there's not a way... There's almost mate, though. Like, f3 is kind of... I might have to go f3 myself and sack e3 as an option. So there's not a pawn on f3 that I can't remove with the pawn, right? But they're taking some time here because it's not easy. Like, this is just not an easy position. I still feel like they move. Oh, they do go for it. They do go for it. Okay. Okay, check. They go back. Take. Here. Over. Down. I should be able to stop this. No? This is a check. They resign. Oh, they didn't see it. Whew, that was definitely not a win. That might have been very equal. Honestly. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, the accuracies were bad. They were bad. They were not good. But we did win the game. We did win the game. I can't act like it was a good game, though. But you gotta win the bad ones. You gotta win the ugly ones. The stats, I can't show them because I can read them. It was 72.4 for me and 69.6 for them. But I can't show on TikTok because you have to do like a crop so you can see the board. So like it's not even possible. I have to like uncrop it. But you can see it if you're watching on one of the other ones, yes. But yeah, not a good game. But we win it. They go up here to g6, knight here, h3. Not a bad opening. It is qb3 here. I was worried, and then Dumpidoo, thank you for those likes. I was worried about c4. Apparently you can take. I did not think that was possible. And then you go, oh, knight a3. Yeah, because the bishop can't take. That's why it works. So this chess is very fun. That chess is very, very fun. The thing is, if there are lines in the London where I play this, where their bishop takes on a3, so you can go knight a3, but the bishop's here. So I didn't even consider going there because c4 is usually a bad move. But knight a3 makes it okay because they can't take it. That's pretty cool. Usually you can't do that though. But they go bishop here to f5, g4, a mistake. I should have castled. They slide in, take. Yeah, rook c8, and they're crushing. You have to find bishop e3. But they don't play that. I take knight up, and I get the fork. This is not even winning. They could have played here, apparently, but now it is. I castle, and then it goes down some. You're supposed to take this, apparently. Take up, and then bishop back. That would have never played that. No, I am not GM level. Not even close. Not even close. But that was an interesting game. Hold me 1 second. My mom's calling. Give me one. You can hear me here. But yeah, not GM level. Appreciate the likes, they're nonchalant. But apparently you can take on h6. I did not assume you could do that. I did not think you could do that. But I go rook over, and now it is a draw, basically. Like I was saying, it did not feel like a win at all. And they're actually slightly better here because I don't play f3. F3, I guess here. I was worried about if you take, they just get a passer. But you're able to do that, apparently. And I slide over, though. And now they are better. And it's dead even. After c4, f5, I take. Oh, I'm losing. This is a loss after taking. Who would have thought this is a loss if they sack? Wow. Rook here. And then queen here. Wow. I don't think they would have ever played that. But and then take, you have to sack the queen. What an interesting line. So if you don't sack the queen, is it just mate in 2? Yeah. Here. And then, here, but then knight, and they have to sack. And then if you go here this way, it is mates. Right, that's the... then they still sack the queen, but they're still a mate on the eval. That is crazy. Well, we both missed that, and I'm able to get the win after up here to d5. I was worried, what if they go here? And then it's back even. But yeah, they're just winning. Even if they play, this is, wow. They had sacrifices, but d5 wins it. Here, take. This still feels kind of good for them. Here, over, and they don't have another check. That is insane. That is insane. But you get the win there. 21-36, we've been, is that my peak? It may be, or I'm one off of it if that's not. My peak rapid is 20. This is the highest I've ever been. This is the highest I've ever got on chess.com. That's nice. That's nice. Let's go here to another blitz. Let's play a bullet game. I know this is not super informative, but we're going to do one. This is for me. I need to do some fast chess as a cleanse. Let's move our knight forward here. Sure. I don't see that too often. Interesting tactic. Exchange. I'm surprised they didn't go for that knight fork idea. Let's castle here and retreat our pieces. And we're feeling good. We're stopping the knight from coming in this way. Up here, stopping the knight from coming in here. A5, stopping this. And we're just trying to limit their piece play. King up so we can move our bishop now. And they slide in. Oh, what a find. Yeah, I did mess up. What a find. We're going to go here setting up that fork, though. So they can't take it. They can't take it. Guarding this as well. I really don't know. Here. I may have to take... That is just too annoying. Maybe not the best choice, though. I sacked, but it wasn't a practical sacrifice. Like, there's no point in doing that. It was just for the love of the game. Here, and then we drop our king back after the check. Uh-oh. That is looking a little dangerous. And my king... Yeah, we just want to go back and forth. Check. There's almost mate, but not quite. 0.7 seconds left. I didn't even see the time. Yeah, they get the win. Alright, back to some real chess. Some chess that involves... Oh, that... My bad. Let's go here to 3+0. At least some thinking is involved here. I can talk my moves a little bit more. I'm not just going. We're at 2032. Can we get back to the peak on this account? 2040. Because we did lose that last game. We're playing the Vienna game this time. Bishop c4, bishop c5. They're setting up d4. Knight here is trying to guard. I'm guessing knight f3. I don't know what they're doing. I've never played against this before. I'm lost. They might win the game just out of knowledge. I don't know what's happening. Knight here, maybe. Again, I really am confused. They're setting this up. That I can see. I do see that. I guess just knight up, though. Maybe attacking the center is the idea with this. And we go up here, stopping bishop down. Let's castle. And they're looking to... Wait, we could go here, though. Here. And then we could even go queen here. Huh. That actually might work. And then queen here. And you have the pin and you're threatening mate. So you would have to take this way, right? And you have these two pieces. And you're attacking their queen. They might resign. Oh, they're not going to resign. Okay. Capture over. There must be some mate. But maybe there's not mate. Or take the rook, though. And after that, I don't know how to continue. Like, you have a few different options. Maybe here first. Opening up the bishop. The knight moves in. Maybe knight here. See, like, it's like, well, what can you do realistically? Here with the... Maybe I need to just drop my queen back. Because if they go knight here, my queen's kind of trapped. Yeah, let's just retreat and take our little victory. We won the exchange. We're not going to get our queen trapped. Their rook's not good. Bishop e6 on the next turn. And we're down about 20 seconds. 20, 30 seconds. That's 30 seconds. But trying to even that out. Bishop up. Offering the exchange. Kind of forces it. I mean, that doesn't force it, but they just want to get traded off. I guess if they go there, but knight here. We want to trade this bishop. Well, really want to get this pawn off, so I guess we don't want to trade this. We might as well do it since we have the option to. And if they go in, over. If they in, take. I need to get my rook involved. That is very obvious to me. I have a minute 27 left, though, so no guarantee we do it quick enough. But over f5, I feel like it has to be the best move. Because right now you have a bishop here. Yeah, here. I had mentioned that. That's perfect, because now you can play f... Oh, they block. That's not perfect. Didn't see that. What I need to do is reroute my bishop over. Because now going up... No, you could still sack, though. You could go up, and if they took... You take, and then you'd go up, take, and then you take again. Yeah, you could still play this. f5, it's just weak, right? They have one defender. It's removing the defender tactic, but a couple times over. I wonder if they even do it. I don't know if I could do this. They might just move their knight back and let me go, like take that or something. Taking on a5 seems so dangerous, especially with the rook, and you're pressuring on, they might just drop back. They're thinking about it, you see. So maybe they do that. And this could be a mistake, but it is... I wonder if there's a knight a4. No, that's too much that's being sacrificed. Oh, knight a4 could work, because then the queen's guarding. You could take back, but then you could just take... But they sack. Oh, this is the same thing that I was saying, except it's not knight 4, it's knight here to open the queen up. Yeah, I do miss that part of it. But I guess you could still just take that, and then the rook would take. And now, is it really that bad? Or the queen could even take. Honestly, the queen could just take. Yeah. There's no fork. You're looking at that and forcing the queen trade. And I'm only down 10 seconds, and I'm up 3 points of material. Should be more. In a second or two, it should be more. Because whatever they do with the... I guess this is weak at the end, though. But if they took that, you can maybe go rook f5. I guess they could go here, though. Take with check. Oh, that's checkmate. I didn't even see. I didn't even see his checkmate. Oh, that's a free pawn. But yeah, we win that game. Let's go to this next one here. Bishop g4. Let's see. I'm about to go to the next game, but let's see what we have here. bg4. 90% accuracy. So I played better than it felt like. I did not make that play that bad. I played pretty good. What's going on, Rav? How you doing, bro? We got some rating grind going on today. Having a good day so far. Hopefully it keeps up. But yeah. Let's go to the interesting part. This is boring. This is where it gets interesting. So I go king here to g1. So I go q to h1 here. Looking at this. You have a chess lesson? Oh, you're a teacher. Shout out to you, man. Congratulations. What's their rating? Do they have any... Are they a tournament player or they just want to learn online? But yeah. Q here to h4. They move up here to h3. Bishop g4 when the queen was on f3. We're probably going to get to that. I want to see it. I love seeing what happens after the game. Like, man, what did I miss? What more could I have found? Because it's always something that's crazy that didn't even cross my mind. But I took the rook. We're +4. d6 is okay. I thought about d5 for a second. I just couldn't explain it to myself. Because I like the bishop gets active. Yeah, the bishop gets active. Oh, it's because this is checkmate. Yeah, that's why you can do that. I just didn't understand that part of it. There's mates. But I did want to push d5. I couldn't convince myself. You see, I spent 13 seconds. It was d6 or d5. And I went up d6 because I was scared. I didn't see it. We drop back again. I'm missing this mate in one idea with qh4. You're charging 20 USD. I'm an amateur at first. Yeah, that's like half what I pay. And they're a master. So that seems about fair. Because you're what, like 2,400 online. Definitely some useful stuff you can give someone. I appreciate the new subscriber on a platform, because I don't want to say it anymore. I've noticed they don't like that when I say the other platform out loud. But we're almost at 1,000 on one of them, and that's pretty nice. But yeah, let's go back to this review. They move their knight here to g3, and I move my queen out, because if you, I don't know, say you go here, now your queen's kind of trapped. Maybe you're okay. Yeah, you're still okay, because it's just such a winning position. But it is trapped, though. It doesn't, yeah, someone told me that, too. They sent me like an emoji like to say that word. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to use whatever small advantage I can give myself against the TikTok algorithm. But they move their knight there as mentioned. We go up, knight back here. I'm trying to take their bishop. This is not the best move, but blitz game, it's not bad. So might as well go for it. They move their knight in. I thought I saw bishop here. I just didn't see how it does anything after knight to h5, right? I didn't think so. But they took, I go g5, queen over, and f5, a great move. This is such a fun move. Looks like you're giving up something. This doesn't happen in the game. They play knight capture, which is the second best move. But if they take here, the reason this works is take. If they take, you then take here. And then that's hanging and that's hanging. And they cannot guard either of them, actually. You can take either way. But you take here, double attack. I'm guessing, oh, they go back. And you'd have to take, because if you just took the knight, this queen's hanging. This is a fun game. This is a very fun game. But they take on g5. I take the knight. I take the pawn back, sacking it back. And I take here on f5. I consider taking with the rook, but the queen's just so active. Either you win the pawn there, or you either checkmate them, which is what I did. I did not see that. I was also seeing trading the queens off. I do just get a little, not lucky, because I made the position. I did not see that was made. I just thought it was a check. But the king is cut off completely. And we get the win there. So that was a blitz game. My blitz peak on this account, I'm pretty sure we just hit. So let's go to another rapid game, I guess. As we want to try and get to 2140 here. Playing Fernando. Did we just play? No. Someone with a lot of 2200s. Okay. A lot of 2200s I'm playing. This is the third one on stream. Can I play someone a little? I guess I do have it on the plus 400, so it makes sense. Oh, we played this last time. So Queen's Gambit this time. Up here to F3, or do I go here to E3? I don't know. If you go up and then they take, you allow them to play E5. So maybe E3? Not sure if that's right, though. Mr. Charismatic, appreciate the likes there on TikTok. Closing in on 5,000. We'll have our knight jump here to F3. And then here, and then here. Like Zod. I've not played Zod. I played Cole. I played Yume. I think that's it on TikTok. I played other creators, but they're not like mainly. Like it's someone in China now, Rob Master Chess on YouTube. We play a lot, but he's on YouTube though. And then Cole on TikTok and Yume on TikTok, or Blunderfisher. I guess his name's not Yume on there anymore. But yeah, Queen's Gambit. I have seen Queen's Gambit. I am a big fan. Knight's going to go up here to C3. I think we can go bishop to E2 and then castle. Yeah, B2, castle, and then, oh, knight. This is a nice card for the knight here. If they allow it. But they might not allow that. Taking, I don't see a real point in doing that. So do I go here or back is the question. Knight B3 I'm not considering. I feel like if you're going to the third rank, you might as well go to F3 and get your king, some other pieces around it in case an attack happens later down the line. The only issue I have with knight here is the bishop. I need to start going bishop B5, or bishop G5, because my bishop really is so useless. It doesn't do anything here on C, so I'm going to have to work on that. We're going to drop back here to F3 and then just castle. I don't think this is a good move. D5 stops. I guess you could have taken that. Now it does feel like a good move. It does feel good now. But what can you do? Like, even if they go... It's just no follow-up. I don't see any follow-up. I need to set up... Like, here now you're looking for the attack. But now they can push D5. That's the problem. So rook over. And then up, and then bishop B2. This is weak for a turn. There's no discovered attack, though, that would work. So that's why it's okay. We're going to move here with our bishop. We're setting up D5, which is, you know, why it doesn't matter that I could go there. Let's take us in the center. That we want to take back somehow. It gives me a mass exchange if we really wanted to. Yeah, capture. This is now opened. Oh, wait, no, that's a mistake, isn't it? You can take here with check, and then you take the bishop. Yes, and then you can take. And now you have a minor piece. Yes. That is incorrect by them. They're going to slide their rook over. We could slide rook here to D2. And have a control of the D file. That feels great. Rook here to D2. Looking to exchange down. And I pretty much have to trade because of the complete control. Now, you can't slide over because your queen falls. But that will be the idea at some point. Q here to C2. And then rook D1. And boom. Well, I'm not going to draw. So I see their idea. Let's just go back here, though. Clearly, they're trying to set this up. They move their queen in. They're playing very fast. They've not spent that much time. Rook C1 now makes sense. Because there's no checkmate, right? Like, you're not getting mated. But now you can go here with the queen. I feel. And they move their rook over. You go QD. Oh, let's wait. I want to go here, though. But I can't convince myself. Maybe this. Attacking. And they move. And then, like, queen here. Setting up rook down. I mean, at some point it's not going to take forever. Like, at some point I can just trade the rooks off. But I do have to be careful with how I do it. I want to keep my knight here for now. It stops this. So maybe do I do this instead? Yeah, let me not repeat. I didn't even make this move yet. Yeah, rook D1 first. Attacking the rook. They go rook C8. And then I can try queen D4. I mean, this is winning. I just have to find the correct combination. We're up a knight. The correct combination. If you go here, I'm just worried about rook over. Like you would. This is still winning. You'd have a rook in two pieces for the queen, but it's no point in doing that. Like if I don't have to. Rook over. Or do I just move my knight in? Trying to go there? Knight in the center could be nice. I'm worried about rook here. Here. But rook c7 as well. 5 minutes left. Okay, rook c7. Rook c4. Queen. Could you just go qb2 though? That also would work. Queen b2 and just up. Yeah, I had to do that. Queen b2. And then just qc3 on the next one. And we want it off the exchange. The problem with this is you're not attacking the queen and then rook slides over. The bishop guards it. And they're never going to make this exchange. Because that's why I can't just go straight to c7. And why they can go to c8 still. I have 5 minutes left. Let's just do this. No need to rush. But it should be a pretty simple conversion. Now we have this as well. a3 is the main point. Okay, they push their pawn forward. I'm not sure exactly why. a3. And then... Or I could go up here. I could do that. That might be better. Because I go queen here. We're attacking the rook. And you're setting up knight in. And you're setting up rook in. You're setting up a lot, honestly. Yeah, sure. It's not a risk in doing this. There's nothing under attack with their position. This is attacking. If it doesn't work, we just go back here to c3. That's the worst case scenario. Also, here forces a queen trade, right? Or they drop that. So this is a really good move, even if it's not automatically winning. The only thing is, if you go here, take, I guess they have rook e2. I want to get if I can trade rooks and get it to a queen and minor piece endgame, that's ideal. And then we just go to a minor piece endgame, and then that's easier to win. But knight in is an idea. Worrying about this. Oh, that's a mistake. Rook d1 is... Oh, rook d1. No, rook d1, bishop here, e4. Yeah, that's wrong. I don't have to think about that too long. There's no checkmate, right? So it doesn't matter. So they could take. They could take. But you could go here. You have a light square bishop. They might resign. That's too weak at the end of this. And they did that to guard it. And they didn't want to go over because it's passive, right? You have to... It makes sense. Like, they did mess up. But when you're down, you have to play aggressive. Take. And then king here. If you don't play aggressive, then you might as well resign. Like, if you play the best computer moves, you'll still lose the game. So you have to try something. They kept the rook in the center. But it ends up not working out for them here. I have the queen drop back, take. Check here. And take. And then up here. And then just capture. We want to get the second queen. And we're going to guard on e3. They might resign. But they haven't yet. So maybe they're just not going to resign here. But qx b6. And then you have a5 and then a6. Yeah, take, and then up, and then it's just it's a guarded promoter. And we get the win. GG. Let's go over that. Rook c7. I saw rook c7. I just missed that it was winning. I had a 94% accuracy for that game. A good game. Say that's probably was the second best on stream. I think I started with 96%, but 94% for this one. Let's go to the review. Started playing 3 days ago, determined to get to 2,000. Any tips? I'd say if you just started playing, the longest time control you can is probably the best. I started playing chess when I was young, so I didn't even have a clock when I first started. I think that's what I recommend. And then a lot of puzzles, and probably learning the basic end games, like rook king, queen king, and then 2 rooks. Let's see, they go knight here to f6 is the response to d4. We're playing the queen's gambit in this game. They went c5. This is, I don't know what to do when they go c5. Let's see what the analysis board says. d5. All right. d5, d6. And now you just have an advantage. That's how I was for how charismatic. That definitely took some time. It was not always like this. Believe me. Believe me. I lost so many tournament games that I was winning. And it was absurd. But we go up here to e3. This is not the best move. They go up here to e6. Knight f3. And we both make an accuracies. They're supposed to take... I'm supposed to go knight c3. I don't know why that matters. I couldn't explain it to you. But if this is better, that's what the computer says. I don't get it myself. We take here with the knight. This I also don't get. Maybe... I guess you have... actually, I do. You have a central pawn versus here. They can just kind of kick it out the way. My only thought was having a pawn on e4 with no pawn that could support it, right? Because the c pawn's here. I mean on d4, or I'll just show it might be easier. If I do this, there's no pawn that can support it like this, and now you kind of have to go for it to get this c pawn support. That's why I didn't play it, but obviously the computer knows better than I. But that's what I was thinking. I go bishop g7. I go knight here to c3. Why it's the best move, I don't know. I know why it's good. You just want to develop. Why you couldn't just go bishop d3 or e2, I'm not sure. Like, this is... You could also play that. Okay, you could play either one, but I chose knight first. Now bishop e2, and now knight back. This is an inaccuracy, or not the best move. You should have went b3 now, which I play in like a move or two. No, in 4 moves, so not on time. I thought getting my knight out the center made sense, because you don't want to trade, right? It doesn't make sense to. Yeah, it says the 3rd best move, so it's not bad. But I feel like that gives them a way to open up their structure, even if they take this way. But this way is definitely better, because their bishop has like a6. Oh, unless you go here, now they can't. And then bishop here to have a b file. It felt like it was only good things for them if you traded the knight, so I didn't do that. And I dropped back, and I castle. Another inaccuracy. I can't say why. I don't get it. The engine is very strong. I thought getting my king to safety was good. Should you buy diamond? I guess it depends. For me, I play tournaments, so I take it kind of serious, and it makes sense to invest in it, but I don't know. I don't know if I would do it if it's not that important. Like you could do that on Lichess. Like Lichess is free, and you can do all the same stuff without paying. So, but you can. Like it's not. I'm glad I have it. It's useful to do puzzles all the time. But I still use Lichess a little bit more. But I go rook here to b1. This is so I can go b3. This is probably inaccurate. I was worrying about knight in if this happened. But you can actually take... This is a brilliancy? Oh, because of bishop a3. It's attacking the rook, and now you're going to win the exchange back. Would have never seen that in a game. I'm not going to lie to you. Would have never seen that. And this is even crazier because you have knight here. That is... Wow. Well, didn't see anything cool like that. I went rook to b1 to guard it because I didn't calculate. And now I go b3, setting up bishop b2. It feels like a good move to get your bishop useful. Now going in, there's no pin, so you could just take a free knight, right? And the other thing is, there's no discovery. Like, if there was a pawn that was here, they could do knight xg. Let's actually do that on the board. If this was here, now they could take this, because if I took, it'd be free. But there's no good discovery to attack, which is why I can... Well, this is not the game. Which is why you can play b3. They drop back, bishop b2. Now, there was a pin instead. Not something I thought about. It's hard for me to make moves that are easy for them to defend. Now, the computer obviously is like a huge fan of them, and it's good. And I'm not saying they're not good. But on my level, I can't really tell you why doing a quick initiative that they can easily defend is a good thing. And I do it in blitz games and bullet because, you know, it's such little time. But in an actual game, I would rarely go bishop a3 because they could easily just move or go... I guess I couldn't go d6. But that is the best move. I just go bishop b2, a square short. They go d5, and I exchange an inaccuracy. I thought that was a great move, so I was incorrect. I thought getting a pawn out the center and then opening the c-file some was a good thing, but it was not. They take, and they just blunder. Bishop xb2 was losing. They could have taken here, and then I just would have probably taken and then gone from there. The reason this doesn't work is because you can take a piece with check. Now look at the path of the knight. So the knight right here are equal. I'm plus 3 points of material, right? We're equal right now. Now I'm plus 3, and there's a check. So they have to take this back, right? But now I take the bishop. We're up this knight here. Now it's about converting. I go rook d2. It makes the most sense to not give them these 2 files. For those of you here earlier, you saw the game I came back in. I was down a pawn, but I had these active rooks, and it was just hard to deal with. And here they have a similar issue. Or they would have had the same thing if I go over. Now this is different because I'm up a piece versus that game they're up a pawn, so obviously I'm still winning. But I just did this to, you know, trade down. It makes it simpler. And now queen here to c2, they attack. qb1, they would have kept going back and forth. If I go back here, they just want to keep doing that. So I drop back to b1 instead. They move their queen in, rook here to c1. I take forever on this move, almost 2 minutes. And find the second best move, qb2. Now qa1 is better. Wasn't even my thought process. It was only here, or like here, or here, or here. So a lot of moves to pick between. I chose this ultimately. I liked a3, and I liked qc3. qf6 came after. Didn't see that when I made that move. I was looking at this and this. But I find it after to now go here to f6. They move here. This is just game over after rook d1. Now, they're still losing. Like, they're just... There's nothing they can really do. But this makes it a lot easier. Because after here, they can't guard their rook, which is why they just take. If you go here, this is just check. Almost checkmate. But they can sack. And now you're up a lot. Like, you have a queen and a piece. So instead of giving a queen and a piece, they get a piece. Right? They get a rook and a bishop for a queen. But because we're already up a piece of... Essentially, it's now a queen for a rook, which is just winning. They trade, and then we just convert it as we have the extra material. GG to them. Almost at 2150 in rapid. Let's go. What's going on, Sorvel? Glad to have you back in. But let's go to a blitz game. Because we won the last one. Can we win the next one? All right, 3-0. Can we get to 2050? Let's play as someone high rated and get to 2050 with this game. If so, nope. We're like the same. Alright, this is the English... Queen's Gambit decline is transposed into Bishop e7. Let's go up here to c6. h6, and then castle here to the king side. b6 here. Bishop b7, and then knight's going to move. I've played this a lot. Although, I don't think I've played this accurate this time. I played it a lot. Maybe not indicative of doing it good. Yeah, let's go knight here. When you have a chance, tell us how you... So I learned about chess through my dad. So shout out to my dad. I love games. Like chess is my favorite game, but I'll play any game, like any sport competition. So he showed me that when I was young, and then he beat me every time. Like he did the scholars mate, and eventually I joined the team at my school, or took classes and then the team at my school, and we took it pretty serious. So I have like a U1250 #1 in the nation. Me and my team, and I tied for second one time for my division. So I played a lot when I was young. But I started when I was like 5, I'd say. Yeah, I was 5. And then I did that till 14. And then I started again at 18. There's a pin here. I don't think there's a way, because you don't have a pawn to kick that out. So if you just... But if you go here, they also do that. Yeah, this still might be better, though. I don't know. This is not a good position. Because you go up, they can also... Well, I have to make a move. Let's hope they don't go bishop here. I have to do something. I'm sitting here thinking about it. It's better to make a move and not go down 40 seconds on the clock. But I think they're better. This is definitely easier to play with white. Not even easier. They're probably just a better position and easier to play. Like, no one would choose to play black here. You could maybe go up if they don't do that. They don't. But now the problem is... You can't go because they're attacking your queen. Let's create this spot for our queen on e7. And you can guard. That might be perfect. Now pushing doesn't have that same effect. But they do get in since the bishop's not there to guard b4 anymore. And this is difficult. Difficult to play. But the time is not going in my favor. That might be the biggest part of this. Alright, over. We have this. They might go here to c5. That would be a very nice move. Because they could then create that. They do. They can create that spot for their bishop. I guess here. Because now they can't push this pawn down. They've given up the ability to. So the queen's sitting here on d7. They could sit it, but I mean after this, what's the problem? This is free for the turn. I mean I can't save everything. Like they have a better position. I have to give that up momentarily. I feel like it should be enough, but their time, they might just lose on the clock. Like they gotta move faster. I'll time them out if they keep it up like this. Unless they have a winning attack. They might just need to take. Like, and see if they can hold it. It shouldn't be able to hold, but I might mess up. I don't have that much time myself either. They do that. Oh, okay. So they took some time, but they found a pretty nice idea. I don't think it works, though. I think their plan is to push, but I don't have to take. I just don't have to take it. You could capture, but I mean, I could just go back. Oh, I'll take no, this is difficult. Okay, here first. I don't want them to have control over that. This is not easy to get through. Because this is a free push. Rook c7? No, rook c8, I mean. Or rook f c8. So you control the file still. Do they still go for it? That could be the question. And then, oh, they go here. Alright, it's not that simplistic. But then if they go here and you go back, they can't take, which defeats the point of their tactic. But you see their time, they're at 30 seconds left. I imagine I won't lose in 30 seconds. Now I can, but the chances, I think, are pretty low. Alright, I mean, let's just go back. I don't have to do anything. They have to win in 24. So it's fine that they're going to take that and set that up. But I'm just going to take that once they take, yeah. And now, oh, I did miss that. I did miss that. Capture. Yeah, I'm not going to sack anything. They have 20 seconds left. Here. Oof. They may win in that little bit amount of time. They may. The way this is looking. We go back. Okay, 12 seconds. What do we have to do? I feel like it's just too hard to checkmate me in this little amount, in this little space. It's not that easy though. Like, how do I make sure I don't? Oh, there you go. Oh, okay. 6 seconds left. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, 2 seconds. They have made in 2. I may have through. Here. Here. They don't have enough time. We went on time. Oof, not a pretty game. We could go through it, but I know I messed up like on 20 different spots. Yeah, they had a 90% accuracy and they didn't. I'd be so mad. They had a 90% accuracy there. There should have been some way to defend this though, but they were winning. Like here, they just had a way better position and they slowly improved it. Yeah, there's +1, +2 basically. It's just the time usage. If they do it faster, they'll win that game. This is still manageable. After... that's the mistake. I have to go rook here to a5. And I could have still probably done okay in the actual game. Let's see. Take. And then is it rook here to b5? No, it's rook here cutting off the queen. That makes so much sense. But they have this and then queen here to a. Yeah, I would have lost this game. I don't have found any of this. But I do get the win. And that's the new peak on this one. On this account. So let's go back to Rapid. We're going to go back and forth because I cannot sit for hours playing Rapid. We can do some blitz in between. For this next game here, hopefully we can continue our streak and get to 2150. Not impossible. Yeah, we're playing another 2200 basically, but this is my setting. I have it on playing +400 -25. So, you know, some people who are higher rated than me. E3. We played the Queen's Gambit last time with white. Let's go for it. Or white playing Rapid. So we're going to play here the London. Castle. C3. Yeah, they're moving quickly. They want to get this going. They're moving like a bullet game. Only use 6 seconds. Let's drop back. Damn, they're already F5. Yeah, F5 or really just F5 is the only option there. I could try A5. That feels... Yeah, let's go A5. Just gaining space. They're allowing me to. They drop their knight back. We could go here or knight in. Knight in. Bishop in. Or queen b3. I don't know if any of that does anything. I'll go knight in here. So going on Dino. Appreciate the donation there on TikTok. Much appreciated. You came in on a Rapid game. I'm doing okay so far. I'm not winning, but I'm not losing. And we'll take that for the start. The first 15 moves. But yeah, we drop back here to h2. Knight f3 and qb3. a5 also stops them from going queen up. And they go c5. They want to break what's happening. Here doesn't do very much. I might trade the knight. I don't like the knight sitting there. I don't want to go... I didn't want to go f3. Then my structure feels a little bit weird. Now I will take this. This is hard. I think this is a hard one to win back. Like, yeah. Usually. Oh, that's a free queen. That's a free queen. That's crazy. That is crazy. Let's drop back here. And we're going to go here with the queen. And then bishop here. We just want to... I'm surprised I haven't resigned yet. Alright, bishop. Exchange there on b5. That was for nothing. We got a queen there. We were up a pawn, though. We had a pawn before they did that. But now it's just kind of... What can they do? This is hanging. They have not quit, though. I respect that. They're taking time now and not before. But that's what happens. I have done that myself. We can take this. Let me not throw this. I'm talking about it. Let me not throw. Let's go here, taking, and then capture in the center. But before that, no, it's really no need. Yeah, let's just take this. And we're going to go take this after. Capture. 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 And queen here attacks it. They slide in, take. Take. Here. And then it's fine. Just going here to h2. The bishop is guarding. There's no way they can really get all the way in. Rook down now. And this is just a mate idea. I think that's force mate too. I don't think they can stop it. Because you take there over. You just have checkmate on. F7 on the next time. I'm pretty sure. When they teach I'll have to get taught that. I want to learn more stuff. Because I don't know that many chess openings for someone that it's probably 2100. I don't know that many. Or gambits or anything fun. Just the London. That's all I can say. And the Queen's Gambit to some extent now. We're going up here to c8. And then that's just game. They have 8 minutes left. I have 7. But it wouldn't matter how much time's left. We can review this. It was really just a blunder. But I was up a pawn. I want to see 96%. Another good game in Rapid. I'll take it. 96% here. But yeah, we played the London. This part kind of straightforward. Well, only thing that's sort of interesting here is bishop e2. I've learned recently, or not recently, like this summer, is better than bishop d3 by a decent amount. If you look at Grandmaster games for the London, they always go bishop e2. So that's the one piece of wisdom I can impart. If you're playing the London and they fianchetto, go here instead. If they don't do that, you go bishop d3. Appreciate the follow there. I didn't see who followed, but I saw it there. Actually, I can check. Thank you for Unslim. Unslim, appreciate that. And I can't believe they hung it either. I was a bit shocked there. But yeah, they go up here to d5. I castle. c3. And I play the London pretty well. We're plus 0.5. This is pure positional. Like, I'm not up anything. So I had a good opening despite their blunt. Like, it's plus 2. Look. Despite... They mess up, obviously. But I did do my part to make it constricting. And a5 is the best move. a5 is good. It stops qb6. A pretty normal idea in the London system. So, yeah, that is why I did that. That's fire, Bills. Was that a bullet game or a rapid game? But they dropped their knight back here. I go knight in. A positional miss. QC2 is better. No idea. I couldn't explain that to anyone. I'd love to have that explained to me why QC2 works. So we take there on e5. We drop back. A blunder. This is you take and then you take the pawn. Yeah, I thought so. You can't keep this. So it is plus 3. This before the queen blunder. It is plus 3. So I probably would have still done decently. But yeah, they just dropped the queen. And you can't replicate that. And that's a remove. Oh, that's another thing I should say. A remove the defender tactic is what happens. Oh, that's not what I'm trying to show. Here, because the knight is guarding this, right? If you were to just take, the knight would go back. But you take the defender here on e4. And then that's why you can take that, right? So, very nice thing. Important thing to know, I'd say. So, that's what happens. And obviously, once you're up a queen, it's nothing too complex. I get my rook in. This is a forced mate. It says mate in 17, but a mate in 15. And we're going down here. Getting the queen. We found the best moves. Because I thought of this. It doesn't actually work. So I thought it made more sense to trade off a pair of rooks. Or a set of rooks. And then go down there. Alright. Let's go to this next one. And then appreciate the new subs closing in on a 28 away. 28 away. check out the YouTube if you guys are enjoying. We're almost at a huge milestone. And then Bills, thank you for those likes there. But yeah, 2150, a new peak again. I guess everyone I get at this point is a new peak. This is a new peak on Rapid, 2154. All right, let's go play a blitz game. I want to mix it up back and forth. So I'm not sitting here. And then Dino, yo, Dino, thank you for these donations. I did not see that. I almost said 50 Fest Pops. And those are very helpful. So much appreciated, man. Let's go up here to D5. And I'm sure you know the importance of it for the TikTok, what do you call that? Not challenges. Competitions, yes. Let's go up here to C6. They move their bishop. Bishop E7. And then Cram, appreciate the follow there. Let's go up here to H6, attacking their bishop. And we can castle on the next turn here. Alright. They castle. I guess B6. I don't like bishop E6. It's not that good. Playing bishop E6. The knight slides in. Knight in here. Capture, capture. And then rook here. Yeah. I definitely messed up though. This does not feel right. My knight needs somewhere to escape to, and it doesn't have a square to move to. That's the problem. Yeah. Another blitz game started, and it's not a good look what's happening. If we go up, can we sack? Take. Maybe I can sack. There's no way you can keep. There's nothing else. I might have to give this pawn up. I'm down 50 seconds basically as well. I just want to sacrifice the knight there. They take. Take. Oh wait, no. Can I take this first? Or you take and then take? No, wait, no. You can do this. Capture. And then capture. Capture. Yeah, you can win the pawn back here. Okay, I thought this was weak at the end. I wasn't sure if you could force it. I was like noting it. I was noticing, but you can force it. Maybe you couldn't. They might have just messed up, but we do win the pawn back here. They gotta be careful. Yeah, they're careful. Let's say there's checkmate. We drop back here, setting up C5 now, and we're down 50 seconds. We gotta move very quick on these next few moves. We just have to go. We can't double check our moves as much. We're already down a lot of time. Bad management, yes, but you can't control that at this point. Alright, you see we're cutting it in a little bit. Oof, that almost feels like a tactic, but maybe there's nothing there. Oh no, you can't go back. Okay. So for the exchange, I need to get the rook over here. That's what I'm realizing now. Now they can't go rook d7, whereas before they could have went rook d7 now. Now rook d8. I would just like an endgame, please. I don't want to play anymore. I'm good. I'm good. I'm down a lot of time. That seems inaccurate. Check. I mean, yeah, but they're also losing a lot, though, right? Check. Check. And then you take here. Now, that's weak, that's weak. This is weak, I guess. But you could take here. Sure, we could both do this. Really? No way. They give that up? Yeah, and now that has to be a win. Here. You're cutting off the diagonal. You just push the pawn up. I have 40 seconds left. But this has to be enough time. Here. And then here. Maybe the only problem is... Okay, we go here, though. 28 seconds left. They may defend. Because how do you go down and disallow that? Yeah, maybe it is a draw. I don't know. There has to be a way. Oh, that's a mistake. Check. And then now you go down, promote queen. Okay, 15 seconds are left. 15 seconds. This, oh, I could have forced a queen trade. There we go. Alright, now it's enough time. We're going to win now. Just don't stalemate. I'll have to say, don't stalemate. But now it's kind of hard to check, down. Just keep checking them. And that's checkmate. Alright, we get the win. 2057 here. That was a fun game. I do think I messed up a little bit in the mid part. Let's see the accuracy. It says 77 to 85. So I played good, not great. That's what it felt like too. Like I messed up somewhere in the middle because they had that huge attack in the center, but they couldn't completely finish it. Alright, let's reset the goal as well. It's not there. Okay. So I played the French defense in this game. That's my favorite opening to play, but it's not the best opening that I know how to play, so that's why you see I'm doing the Petrov most of the time. But I do like e6 more, and I say I know it better, but it's already like minus 0.3. Like it's not as good as playing e5 as a response. So that's why I'm trying to learn this way, but it is, I think it's more fun. The advanced French is the most fun opening for me in chess. Alright, we got that reset, and let's continue going through the game. So they take in the center, I take back. They go d4, knight here to f6. And this is stuff I just know. But I do mess up somewhere here because the opening did not go good. b6. So, oh, it's bishop to g4. I rarely find these moves. Dimitri, appreciate those likes there. I rarely find these moves because it's bishop for knight. And I've conditioned myself to not do that early on, which is not a good thing. You can do that. I was watching Sindarov in the World Cup. He does that in a lot of his games. Not a lot, but at least the games I saw. So it's definitely doable, and it's not the worst thing. I had to get that out of my head, and now it is -2. I think I said I thought I was losing. 95, exchange, and it's back to about even. Because I sat, oh, this is the best move. You go knight here to e4. I spent 30 seconds on it. I think it's good because you're cutting off the diagonal, and if you play it, oh, you can do this. I was calculating it, but I didn't go for it. I did it the other way, which is not right, but I do end up doing okay here. And we take back in the center, slightly better in this position. So I had that rook over. Now it's about maneuvering into what I thought was a draw. I wasn't really trying to win the game until they mess up. We offer the exchange, back, and now I want to exchange the rooks on d8, but I could have moved my queen in. I'm plus 0.3 with this. Maybe this is free? Yeah, they just can't guard that. This is free, but then this is free. So like if they just take, you could take again. And now you have a pass c-pawn, which is probably just a win for black. Whereas before it's not a win. But I get the exchange and the check and take. And the reason this is so good, check, and now you, oh, you have to go in here. I thought this was fine because you take this, guarding on b6. They push the pawn to a4. I have this queen check. I was not on it in the end game. Didn't consider, I just pushed the pawn for it, take. And now that didn't make any sense to me. Because the thing they have is maybe they take this and have a take this and have a passed a pawn, but they don't have it. Like when they trade it off, there's just nothing. I just have a passed c pawn and my queen is on the diagonal they're trying to get on here. So you see, I just go down, check, and now I queen. I could have went f5 too, but all of this is fine. It doesn't matter that much. Force the queen trade, and now it's about converting. Is there a mate? Mate in 2 apparently, with queen in. Oh, they can only go here. Because they go back, this is checkmate, right? Yeah. And if they go here, this is also checkmate. We didn't miss the mate. Good thing we didn't lose the game, though. That would have been unfortunate. And you see, we just go around, get a second queen, and we just keep checking until we eventually get the mate. I always make sure I check in games like that when it's 2 queens, so I don't actually get a stalemate. If it's always check, you can just figure out the mate part later, even if you find it a little bit slow. Let's go back to rapid. I guess. I kind of just play blitz. But we'll do more rapid game, and then maybe blitz for the rest of it. I don't know. Maybe we'll see how I'm feeling. Let's go here, because that last rapid game was shorter than a blitz game. Playing a candidate master. All right. Alright, a 2300 CM. I'll play the London. Since it's such a disparity, I'm not going to experiment with what's happening. So let's just play what I'm probably a little bit better in with bishop f4. This should be a game. That's impressive. 2200 FIDE at least they have to get this title. Yeah, we have up here to d4, and I like bishop here to f4 on this turn. e6, e3, knight f3, bishop back if they take, c3, and this is a very normal opening I've had in the London. Bishop d3, and we notice they haven't fianchettoed, so I'm going here instead of bishop e2. I'm going to move my, actually, I'm going to castle, and then move my knight here to d2. I'm not sure which one's better. They're probably both okay. I don't think either is losing, but it's developing. Move their bishop, and move their queen first. I like a4. If they take, we have h capture, so we're not too worried about this. And move their bishop in. Alright. Rook e1. Rook e1. Or qc2 or rook c1. Those are the three moves I'm deciding between. I like rook c1 the most. I think so, because if they go here, I want to be able to go bishop back. And you can't do that if they go there now. Rook e1 could wait, because you want to play e4, but now with c5, you can't really get an e4 they'll take. So you're waiting for them anyways. Bishop here, there's no pin, so it doesn't do anything. Knight in, you just drop, take their pawn there. So that doesn't make sense. Knight there doesn't do anything, so I think it's here, here, and here. It's probably my next three moves in some order anyway, so I'm going to move this one first. I'm expecting like c4. Maybe I could go bishop down in that line, but they dropped their knight out the way, opening up the diagonal a little bit more, probably setting something up there. Now the knight can sit here though. That is one thing that allows. That is something it allows, yeah. So move our knight here to e5, taking the space they give us. They're attacking my bishop. So I would have to take this way. I don't want to give this up. And we didn't get h3 in time, but that's alright. Let's just capture. They have these double pawns. We can move our queen in to attack this one. And then bishop back may be a move, but that can't be something they're too happy making. We also have bishop here if we could get it in. Maybe f4 to cement the structure. But they could also go f6. If they had the e-pawn there, then f4 makes more sense to me. You could go here, but then take. Yeah, that doesn't make that much sense. Maybe just queen here to f6. f3, I mean. Attacking. And now the knight could... The knight can move anyways. But we're at least attacking this. They could go if you have bishop here. Then they have bishop down. So how do I want to handle this? Do I go for the initiative? If they just go back. Or do I go for h4? Right, and we're trying to set up h5, but no. That's a little too hopeful, and there's not a real plan there. So it doesn't make as much sense. Maybe now I just rotate back. But I'm worried about them going knight here if I rotate back. So maybe h3. h3. And then qe2. And then knight f3 and then bishop h2. That's a lot of moves to make. A lot of moves to make. So I don't know if that's right. Can I just go for the exchange now? Maybe better? That might be better. Because that does force the exchange. It gets rid of the bishop here too. Is there a way you could sack? No. I think just knight back. So we force the bishop trade, and they don't have the bishop pair at least. The knight pair, in the book I read, it's the worst combination of minor pieces. You rather have a bishop and a knight, or two bishops. But it's said to get, if I remember correctly, to get the knight pair to get rid of the bishop pair. It's saying this is just by far the best. So we're going to trust what the book said and go for that. With knight back, forcing the exchange of the light squared bishop. And this is just going to be an endgame at some point. That I have to try and outmaneuver them. It'll be a difficult maneuvering. Because they control this e4 square. But it's hard for them to make progress, though. Oh. Okay, bishop a6. It's a pin here. Can I go c4? c4. Take. I feel like you could just go c4. Maybe knight in is the problem. But then you could go back. And then you... Yeah, I think you can do that. Because capture, the knight can't move there. c4, blockading the pin. If they take, knight takes. They can't remove the knight at all. And up takes... I mean, that's better than losing a piece. So I just want to go here for c4. Better than losing a piece, I'll say. And then we can just slide our rook over once we get a second. And then we can move this knight out the way. Like to b1 and reroute to c3 maybe? That's even a better square on c3. So that's what I'm thinking about here. That should be... Okay, and the queen's on this file, which is why I went rook c1 in the first place. Take, you gotta take. You can't drop your bishop. So h captures g3. Now here's where it gets interesting. I'm guessing they go knight in. Yeah. Because you can mess up. Oh no, not even mess up. I think it's just losing. Because you go over. Well, you lose a pawn. I mean, it could have been a lot worse. Let's just go over here and give up the pawn. This, you just drop this one. They'll take, you'll take, they'll take. Or they'll take this probably. And you can't do anything about it. But I'd rather do that than lose the game. Like, it's not the worst outcome. It could be a lot worse. Could have lost this piece because of this pin. I completely missed bishop a6 when I went knight e3. So, had I seen that, maybe not have played it. But I did miss that there. Knight to f4 if they let me. I'm thinking they won't let me. Because knight e5 runs into this, and then where can you go? So knight f4 I think is a little bit better. And then just knight h3. If they take, I'm sure they'll take though and win their pawn there. Take, and then bishop captures. We could then try knight there to e5, but still, that might be a little slow. I don't think we'll be able to get that off. Yeah, they're very strong. This is crazy. I'm getting positionally cooked here. Not too much I can say is going my favor. I have the knight here, the worst combination of minor pieces. They have a great bishop. I have two bad knights. I mean, this knight's okay, but it's weak. Like, it's under attack. This knight's not that good. They do have double pawns, but they're not bad double pawns. The only thing I'll say about the position is they do have a weak... Oh, they go for it, yeah. Take, and they're just going to win that. Okay, I mean, not the worst thing. Oh, they capture that way. That way, can't I keep it if I go knight e5? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Maybe they just didn't like the other way. I doubt they missed it, but this is a way to keep it. Yeah, because you're attacking. They can't go there, you'll take. Yeah. I don't imagine they just missed it. They probably were like, well, if we take with the bishop, they didn't like the position. But how... That had to have been better, though, even if you think you lose the pawn back. Maybe because I have an initiative in the rook there. Like, you can't initiative a pawn. Like, it's not worth enough. Oh, they open this up, and now they bring the other rook. Never mind. Never mind. I couldn't see it. If you take here, the queen is now open to protect it. So, rook's going to capture. Oh, wait. My knight's hanging. That's the problem. My knight is hanging there in the center. Well, that makes way more sense. They're like, why are they doing that? They let my rook get in. If you took that way, yeah. I must say, a beautiful attack has happened. And it's not me who performed it. I guess queen down here, setting up a rook sliding forward here. D5. That is an unfortunate one. They're going to attack the queen in the center. Rook down here, D7. I doubt they'll mess up because they're up a piece and a pawn. It's not like I got any compensation. I'm just losing. Rook here attacking. They drop back down. I don't think it matters though. They have more than enough material to make this a win. Oh yeah, it's just falling apart now. The quick initiatives do nothing. There are ways out of all of them. They could just go back here, or stay in if they wanted to, which is what they decide to do. Well, we want to try and get the rooks in, but then pawn all the way down. This is bad. This is bad. Here, up. I could resign, but I'm playing Candidate Master. I don't play Masters that often. I want to see it through. Yeah, Rook C1. If they push, we have QD2. But I don't... Yeah, that's mean. They didn't even have to do that. We could go Rook 4 here attacking. But again, every plan, you have to say, well, it's still losing though. Like, there's no way really forward. And their queen has all these escape routes. Yeah, and you can't even go over. Like, if you go over, they could still just push the pawn forward. I think that'd be winning. Yeah. What do we do? You can't move away from this. Here attacking. Maybe hope they make a mistake. I doubt they will. But if they take, maybe you have this. But they still have C2. Yeah, so they still have C2 in anything. C2 is just so strong. This is under attack? Yeah. Okay. It doesn't matter. Yeah, they're going to push this down. And then there's nothing that can be done. They attack my queen here. Queen back. This pawn here to B3. Oh, and then rook. Yeah, GG. GG. Let's go through that game. What a way to get cut. They must have played basically perfect. 95.2. I didn't even play bad. I had an 86% accuracy. But they had a 95%. A brilliant middle game. 94% accuracy. Let's go through that. I appreciate the likes there on TikTok from Falan. Let's see. The opening, I think I did okay in. I did. Where does it go wrong? Okay, we're slightly better here. A4. This is the first inaccuracy. It's saying rook E1 is better. I think I mentioned rook E1 on this turn. But here it's not rook E1. I said it's either rook C1, QC2, or rook E1. And I played rook C1, although bishop to H4 is the best move. This is not a bad move, rook C1, but here, I can't explain it, why that's good. They go back, and now you play this. What is the difference? I have no clue what the difference is. But there is a difference, apparently. So, slight inaccuracy. Knight 4 is also not right. So, two bad plans. B4 is maybe... I don't know why that's good, because can't they go C4? I guess that's not good, though. Take. And you go back here, setting up E4 at some point. That's probably the idea there. But we capture, and now we're just... They're +1. And they find all the best moves. It was really one slide inaccuracy. No, it's back even. I just blundered. It's back even if you take... I just didn't see the knight was hanging. Just did not see that. Elapse and focus. But that was just a great attack. Knight and I thought we were good. I'm so focused on the C4 pawn. Like, oh, we're about to get another attacker. And the game. Just from equal to +4.4. Yeah, nothing else really there. The knight's just free. And they obviously convert it perfectly. Slide over. And then they can even sack the queen because rook D1. And you take, and they're up a complete queen. And it's actually just checkmate too, right? Here, and then rook down. Yeah, that was a game. Let's go to this 3+0. D4, yeah, they cooked. That was quite the move. I wonder what happens if I take with the pawn. Like, I wonder what their plan was to win it there. Luckily, they don't have to find out. But we can get to 2060 with this game. Alright, d4 for blitz. We can get to 2060. Up, if we can win it. Let's take their points. They're taking some time in the opening, and it's not bullets, so it's not where every millisecond matters. It still is a quick game, so seconds do matter. You see they're already down 10 about. Now obviously they can make a good move, or a move in the opening that makes me think for a little bit, but if they don't do that, we are just up on time. A nice check there. They slide the king. Wow, I was not expecting that. They slide the king over. Why? Why do that? I'm not sure why they did that. We go knight here to e5, and then maybe knight here to f5. They could go up and try and trap my bishop. That's definitely an idea. But I like knight to e5 on this next one. Why they get? I don't know why they moved their king there. Maybe they just, because they can't go knight back. I'm guessing they just don't like I have a lot of access with my bishop, so they probably, well, let's just move my king over and not give that up, because knight back, I take the knight. I can kind of see how they did that. I wouldn't have done it, though, but I see the logic. It's easier. They just go up with no dark square bishop. It's not that hard to castle, or manually castle. They slide in. I could take, but why? Like, I don't have to take at all. It's just like queen over. f5. Or they slide in. Knight back. I thought that was a free pawn for some reason. I almost just blundered and gave up a piece. I thought I was about to get something for free. A miscalculation. I'm going to rotate the queen over. Maybe queen here. I like f4 too. I do like f4. And then rook f1 again. Setting up an attack on the king here. Are they attack me? You see I'm moving very quick. I don't know how you make this a win. But let's at least get a good structure going on here. We have enough time to get our king to g2 and rook h1. Their queen moves. Okay, moves. And then rook here, right? It's too fast. We have the rook pair. They drop back. They're not going to get the file for nothing. They're not going to get the file at all. We want to move our rook over and get our queen here. They're going to queen back, queen down. Our queen could slide straight over if they exchange rooks. They're looking to attack this here, though. I'm thinking, do I go queen over or pawn up? I guess pawn up allows them to slide in here. Alright, now do we take or push? If we... I guess it's just a draw either way. Yeah, it's just a draw. There's no... I could have went up a square to maybe force some exchanges. But yeah, this is just a draw. Yeah, let's offer the draw here. There's nothing either of us can do. Oh, they don't accept it. Okay. They want to play this out. I don't know why. If anyone could figure out a win, it's me because of this here. But fine. We'll try it out. They want to keep playing. Here, take, up, down. Wait, here, take, Up, down, up. Nah, they're too fast. Like, why are we playing this game? I don't understand why we're playing this game. And we get the draw. Like, this is a draw. This is a draw a while ago. They want a rematch. No. I want to view this game first. Then I can play out. Yeah, this is a draw. I'm not sure why. 95.3% accuracy for me. And then 94.9 for them. So we both just played a great game. They could have won. Oh, they play en passant. They're winning? Really? Is B3 better then? No, this is just losing. Okay. Well, I just need to move my king back and forth. But yeah, the rest of the game, we both played basically perfect, so can't complain too much there. 25-50 expected from both of us from that one. Yeah, nothing ever happens in this game. I have that check slide advantage, but I don't take advantage of it. Exchanges, dropping back. Yeah, I'm actually losing here. I would have guessed I'm slightly better, but I'm actually losing. We defend because we gave the foul up. And they have this idea of maybe queen back to attack there, but we move our queen in because that was going on Ryland. Yeah, we move our queen in because of that. I wonder what happens if they, instead of going queen over, what if they go back here? Why is that not good? That is good as well. I could just have to move my king, I believe, and that's it. Yeah, you just move your king. Because if they take, that might be losing. Yeah, take here, over. You could check again, wherever they go. Take, check, here you take, check. Like, you just keep taking. So that's why you just move your king there if they went queen back. But they didn't go for that. And we get the draw. I wanted to go for the tactic of, let's see, here. Bishop here. It doesn't work. Take, up. They have to go here, up. They're just quick enough to stop your pawn. You're not close enough to the end. So I wasn't able to get that. And we get a draw. Honestly, I think we'll do 3-0 for a little bit. I'm enjoying this a little bit more. Let's see if we can get to 2100 in this time control. And it's not quick enough where I can't explain the moves. We're going to go up here with the knight. Go up here to d6, the classical Petrov. Take here in the center. And we're back even, d4, d5. Bishop e7. Castles. We're getting a safety. Bishop f5. This is the best move, or one of the better moves. I don't play it usually. This is the time we're practicing everything. There's computer recommended. I don't remember what to do here though. I think you can take, but I'm not entirely sure. And then take, and then sure, let's just keep. Why not? Keep going, and then knight here. Let me go knight here to b6, attacking, and then knight can go in the center. Oh, this is an isolated pawn. Here or here? Maybe here. So we have the diagonal as an option. All right, queen up. Here. And h6. I want to go knight in. Now this is guarded. We're guarding this square. And now they have this isolated pawn. h6 attacking. We can slide our rook all the way over. Or we can go up here as well. I like that. a5. Do I want to go all the way up and attack the queen? Why not? They don't have a light squared bishop. Honestly, safer there. Alright, they slide their queen over. We slide our rook over here on this open file. If they take, we'll take. But we're down 30 seconds. They're moving extremely fast. Yes, their knight could slide in. And you can't go there with this setup. Okay, knight back. Setting up rook here. Because right now you don't have enough defenders. They move their knight in. Want to rotate our queen back over. Because the knight's enough to guard the rook going to e8. That's enough to justify it. As the queen can't take it. No light squared bishop. Alright, they slide their queen over. Attacking this pawn here. This weakness I've created. And this here. But because the queen's here, it's okay. I think what we'll do is just capture this. Give them the unisolated pawn. And then go knight here in the center again. I don't like the idea of them. Oh, they don't want it. Oh, you can't go up. That's free. Yes, I almost missed that. Rook here. Oh, you can't go there, the bishop. Huh, I see why they did this. This is not easy. how to find a continuation. A minute 10. Okay, we could go here. Attacking. Honestly, I'm just going to do this. I don't need to spend too long on this. This is free, yeah. I'm just going to have to give that up. I thought my queen, for some reason, was here. Was going to be able to go in this next turn. So maybe I would have done that had I seen that. Let's move knight up. Up, and we're just down this exchange. Self-inflicted. I couldn't find a move. I didn't want to spend forever thinking of a move. We're down a minute too. This one is not looking good, but it's not over yet. Let's move in. The good thing is they don't have what is this? They don't have a light square at bishop. That's the one thing we can look to. Man, there's like no checks at all. Capture, capture. Yeah, it may be cooked. It may be cooked. Knight moving, they can push though. I'll have to sack. They don't go for that. But I have 25 seconds left. It's not like it matters. Just move too slow in this one. Not even move too slow. I just didn't see the moves. I would have moved faster had I seen them. But it was a difficult game. I'm going to take here. If we only could check them forever. But I don't think you can. 22 seconds left. We're just going to slide up if they take. We're attacking that as well. They could just push. Check. Check. Did they mess up? Check. Oh, you can't go down there. They could have actually drawn the game. I have to go here for this diagonal check. Check here. And now here. Yeah. Now we have it. We have it now. Check. And we get it. Okay, we're losing. I'll take a draw for that game. That was not a good game. And we were able to save it. We had to sacrifice a pawn. I had to. I tried to sacrifice a pawn there. And able to get some activity. I had a higher accuracy than them, apparently. 86% for me. Somehow, I had a more accurate game. Man, oh, they blunder. That's maybe why. They have a blunder that I don't win with. Knight captures F2. Didn't even think about it. Didn't even think about it. It looked weird, but I can't say I saw that. You see, I spent 10 seconds like, well, this looks a little odd, but I didn't see anything. But there's a free pawn here if you don't get it, because this is weak. So if they just go back, their queen falls, right? So they have to take the knight, and then you take the bishop here on d3, which is what I missed there. All right, GG. That's 2 straight draws in the end game. Oh, maybe we can show where I sacrificed my pawn there, because that was probably a mistake as well. We go here attacking their queen. Let's get to that part of it. What's going on, Sylvan? We take. I'm slightly better, but they maneuver to get better again, and I'm winning here. A mistake. We both make mistakes back to back. If I go QB6 instead, I still keep the advantage after bishop here. I don't understand that. The knight slides up, attacking, and they go rook back. But I missed that, and I went rook e8, and I give up the pawn. Slightly worse. And they actually had a win, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, if they go here to d6, I thought so, but I'm like, well, I don't see anything else. And they missed that a little bit. So we're able to get the win after. Not the win, the draw after. It felt like a win, the way the game went. Yeah, this is a mistake, because if they just go back here to h1, I can't check them again because of this. But they mess up, and now we get the draw. Yeah. And we're able to hold that one. I am pushing for 2100, yes. I am going to try. I played some Rapid today. I'm at 2150, I think. Just lost to a CM. But I am enjoying the fast chess. I might play some more Rapid still, though. I'm not saying no more Rapid. And Riley, thank you for the follow there on TikTok. Closing in on... What am I closing in on? Probably 1650, I think. But bishop here to d6. Here to h6. Bullet. Now, that is what I would play. But the reason I started doing the stream like this, where I play grind, or where I'm grinding for rating, I was asked to do so I can talk through my moves was the main point of it. And for bullet, I'm like, well, I can't talk through my moves. I would like to play some more bullet though. But I'm like, well, if you guys can't, that's like defeats the point of my intention with it. So I'll play some occasionally, but for the most part, I try and keep it blitz and bullet. No, blitz and not bullet. Blitz and rapid. Let's drop back here. Unless a large majority of the people watching at that time want bullet. Like if you all want bullet, let me know. We can play. I can do bullet because I enjoy that. Believe me, I am not saying no because I don't want to. Let's drop back here. How long did it take me to get 2150? I guess a couple of, what, 20 games, 30 games, I think. But I play on another account, so it's not like I just started and I'm that. I have another account. We're opening up. Let's castle here, got a king to safety. And then over here, I'm playing horrible openings. Like, I'm getting horrible openings. Yeah, queen slides over. They're going to move their bishop back. Rook here on the c file. I should have just taken, though. I don't know why I didn't take. Yeah, I could have just taken that. And they slide over. Queen here. I mean, this is good, yeah, but... Well, no, this is good. This is good. Knight here. That's a little annoying to deal with. I still should have done that, though. That would have been a very annoying endgame for them to defend. Or not endgame, annoying position to defend. We're attacking their rook there on e1. Take. I want to take that attacking, but they could take with check. Alright, well, we're not going to draw the game. I can tell you that. I'm not going to draw. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Alright, let's rethink now. We still have this attack. They slide queen over. I almost went there too. That's frustrating. I could have went bishop a6, and I chose not to. This was an avoidable problem. Alright, knight here. I want to blockade. I don't want the pawn to push forward. I want to have a piece sit there. They're playing too good. They're playing too good. I need them to mess up. Let's go rook forward. I have a minute left. They have a minute 40. So I have to speed up again. I'm getting used to 3-0 as my main rated play. Usually 5-0. And this is poor time management for the time control I'm playing now. Drop back. Now they have to trade. And now this is not some game-winning tactic, right? That's nice, but they're not going to let that happen, I'm sure. Oh, I'm mistaken. They do let that happen. That's free. And we're only down like 20 seconds at this point. So we can make that up, especially up a minor piece with bishop d3 here. Their idea makes sense. If they could trade off every pawn, like, what's the real advantage? But, oh, that's free. Well, yeah, and that is free. The problem is we do have this 2-on-1, despite my mistake there. Go up. And I have two pieces. Two color complexes. Attack. And they can never take that. 33 seconds left. And it should be a win. I have 29 seconds. They're low on time as well. We've made it a winning position with equal time. Should be able to close this out. 20 seconds. So they might have resigned there or closed the app. And we get the win. Now we're at 2066. 34 away from 2100 on this account. Actually, I'm not even 2100 on the other account right now. So it would be this would be my highest account realistically besides the bullet. And we do win this game. A nice fun game. Let's go through that real quick and see what was happening. I don't think I played particularly well. I don't think I played bad though, like 80%. And it says, let's see, no, lower than that, 76%. So it wasn't good at all. I thought I played okay though. Maybe the end game I played good. No, I said I didn't. Oh, I had a good opening and a bad middle game. So let's go through that real quick. D4, D5, E6. The knight slides forward. I should have taken this. I didn't know you were supposed to take this. Because I know when you're white, I play the London a lot, and this is the London, you're supposed to let them take this because it's a good thing. I just never do it because I don't know how to play it. But that was the better move. Knight slides in, and yeah, they're up 3 basically here. If they go down, wow. Didn't see that at all. Capture, and then this is horrid. There's nothing I would have been able to do. Luckily, they missed that early game attack. We drop back, and we managed to get out the middle game with this pressure. Yeah, I said that too. I should have just taken the pawn. This is just a weakness. I don't know why I didn't do that. Like, I ended up winning the game, but that's bad process. That makes way more sense. Now, you get the bishop, and we're putting the pressure. Oh, you could still take because... Well, you can take the queen? Really? Oh, they take with check, I take. I saw that, and I said, oh, they take with check, it doesn't work. I missed. I just missed. Good thing, if I would have lost and missed that, that would have been horrible. Because I saw that, too. I was like, well, they take on f1. But I forgot you take the rook back, and you have the queen still. Bad play, bad play. That's why the accuracy is so low. But they do mess up. Bishop d3. It's just a winning endgame. I dropped the pawn here on f6, but it doesn't matter because it's a 2-on-1 here, and we have the bishop pair guarding this, just going forward. 2 pawns is too much for them to stop there with 1 bishop. And as you see, I just rock my king around. I make sure I don't move my king in front of the bishop so they don't take that. And now I get there, just drop back, and you just take it. You're gonna take that eventually. If they take, and then take, or if they go here, just king here. You're going to push this other pawn, and the king can never move because queen. So we get that win. Get to 2066 on the day on the account. Let's see if we can get to 2070 on this win here. All right, d4. For blitz, we'll stick with the London, I'll say, because I don't have that much. It's not as much time to, process through something I'm learning. Let's go up here to c3. a4. Oh, they're playing very aggressive. a4 to stop that. The pawn pushing. The pawn can't go backwards. One thing I'll say. So they're playing aggressive. I don't know if it's the perfect position. They've picked what they want to do. Bishop back here. They're moving fast, though. I'll give them that. They're moving very fast. Full exchanges on e4. And pre-moving it all is a good thing. Saves me some time. They move their knight in. Let's just drop all the way back with the rook. They want to trade everything, it seems like, but not that. That's the spot that's too far for them. I could have just taken, but I can still take. No, I can't. I could have just taken that immediately. I'm moving too fast. No, they just don't see it. Yeah, this is free. I could have taken it last turn, though. A bit of a miss. Queen here. Get the queen trade. All right. This game's moving along very fast. We're just up in the end game. This pawn right here. The rook can't slide in, which is why I'm okay with doing that. I need to get rook in here, though, so they can't push and get a rook here attacking that. Alright, over with the rook. I want to play here eventually. Oh, you can't go back here. So, okay, my idea is up here to... No, I don't want to go f3, though. The knight slides in. Okay, I need to get my bishop here so they can't just take. But maybe that's unstoppable. Maybe I'm trying to do something that can't be done. Let's just run our king over to guard this. And maybe bishop here. Maybe king here, so now you can go f3 and the knight can't slide in. We have an idea. We have a plan. It's b4 at some point. Oh, their knight can't go back because of the bishop, though. So I need to keep the bishop here. That's what I missed in this. I need this. Yeah, you have to take, because that's weak. And now you slide your king in. And now you're going to go for b4 eventually. They take in the center. They go for the center. Take. King up. Up. I guess they can just go down. There's not much I can do about it. Maybe we just have to defend. Check, back, and then rook e2. Back here. Setting this up. Up. We want to trade this. I don't know how I guard this forever, though. Rook over here. Minute 25. We're going to have to go up here to guard this. No, king here instead. Because this is guarded by the pawn. And then check here. Yes. Because they can't take. They go over, you just go king here. Right? They have to go back. Because this is hanging. They have to maintain it. And if rook over, you go up. Forcing this exchange. So now take. Capture. This is it should be a winning endgame. After b4. And then here. It's an envelope. They can never take. So you just, yeah, you get the win. They can't go king c6 and take on c5 because you win the game after that. Let's go through that game. That was, and then Kev, appreciate the follow there on TikTok. That was a cool one. 87.6%. So pretty good game. Not the perfect game. But yeah, played the London system in this one. The beginning's pretty boring. We're plus 0.1 almost at the start. We go bishop c2. They move up here to b6. And I said, I kind of hinted, I didn't think this was a good position. They're -1. They have all the pawns for it. They're aggressive. But these lanes are made. They can't make these breaks on b5 and e5. Right? They've set up on these two kind of diagonal like setups. And it's not the worst thing, but I don't think it's that good either. Which is why maybe we'll take advantage of it at some point. Now this, I just missed. I could have won the game cleaner, I think. Because this, oh, this is not free. Huh, this is not the best move. A blunder, why? Oh, queen here. Glad I didn't do that. I did find it at the right time. Now that is free. Now I get the queen trade. This is a draw. I should instead go qb3. I thought this was just a win because you're up this pawn here. And eventually I do make it a win. That's a mistake though. I thought the knight was too strong. And you see I slowly work my way here. 0.6, 0.4 is dropped down to even. And we work our way back up. Rook here to e4. This is to attack this weak isolated pawn there. They slide over. King to d3. Setting up c4 potentially. Rook over. Now we get c4. King c3. You gotta do that so the king can't slide in. And now f4. So you're attacking that. Take. And then b4. It looks like it's weird with 8-4 is being played. But you have these two connected passes. The king can't stop connected pass pawns. It's not possible. And I have these two pawns remaining to try and win that eventually. And that's why they resign. This is going to fall. They cannot stop both of them. Or one of them. They can only take one and the other one just goes for it, right? The king can't make two moves at once. So they get that one. Win, get to the 2070s. Let's even get to the 2080s with the win here. Alright, we have black pieces. The English. I don't play against this too often. So we just want to. Oh, this is the queen. This is the Catalan it's transposed into. This I have played against. So a little more confident. I guess all of this is the Catalan whenever you do that. But this is, no, the English is its own opening though. It just looks similar here. B6. Let's take this way. We've been learning to take with the C pawn instead. Bishop slides in on this diagonal. Capture with the bishop. And let's go from here. Alright, they move their knight in. Let's move our knight in. And rook here to c8, and now knight here I like a lot. Alright, let's see if there's something, because taking this doesn't do anything. This is nothing. Well, here they can block, so knight in. You're attacking this square and this square. It's two ideas with knight here to b4, and they let me get this idea. You're attacking both rooks here, and the rook is guarding it. So we're going to take one of them whenever they don't move, and we'll be up some material to start the game off. No guarantee we keep it, but it is a good start at least. They move their queen forward. Ooh. I don't know. Can you go here? Let's put the rook in the corner. That's the first thing for sure. Now what about here and then rook down? The knight guards the bishop. Oh, they were looking for that, I'm guessing, because they moved quickly in response. I mean, I'm not that worried. I'm not that worried about that, honestly. Maybe I should keep it. I don't have to give it up. Yeah, it's no need to give it up. But I just don't think it's that important. If you go rook down, that has to be a better thing for me. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. Just attack here, and maybe qc8. Like, they take that, we take this. So it's a trade too. Like, it's not like we're giving up something. We can't allow knight in this way, but they get an attack, and this is hanging. We can get the rooks traded off here. They get this. Can we get queen here? Oh, they slide their knight in instead. They do want this square, which would be winning, I think. So I'm not going to allow that to happen. Let's move our bishop out the way. We're down some time, but we're up that material. And I like bishop coming back to e4 on the next turn. On the diagonal, looking to exchange. That feels right. Rook can go to b8 if they move that knight. But we're getting equal on time, closer to them on time. Capture. And then capture. That's free. Okay. This is not bad. Oh, it's my... Oh, my, this is almost trapped. Well, they could go knight there. This is almost trapped completely. Oh, they don't go for it. Okay. Phew. Let's go here so we have bishop f8. Worst comes to worst. They could have went knight in. I think there's some way... I don't think... There's no way. Like, you can't save it, I'm pretty sure. The knights are too powerful. They find it now, but it's a little too late. We get out the way of it. Bishop here. And once the knight pair is gone, once more pieces come off, it'll be easier to try and get the win. Alright, get one exchange, but they keep the knights. That's a smart choice. Their knights are really active. Really powerful right now. Rook here. Knight just back. Maybe knight there. Oh, I can't go knight there. We're trying to remove the defender, but I imagine they don't let that happen. So maybe knight here to attack the bishop. I want the knights gone. This is so annoying to play against. They're very active, but they're down 17 seconds almost, and that might be the game there. They're not moving quite quick enough, and I'll be able to win because of it probably. Oh, wait. This is a... Wait. This is hanging. We're attacking. And then you have rook down, maybe? I don't know. Do you want to take... No, I don't want to do that. Rook here first. There's got to be a checkmate or something. Oh, this is winning. This is winning. Check. And then back and then up. Okay, I was like, this has to be a win. There's no way the king can sit there. Up here. Yeah, so there's no way that's right. And now that's hanging. And you're going to take that. Alright, slide in. Capture. And honestly, this and the knight, you'll be able to take it soon. Alright, got that win. We're at 2082. Let's see the review. 91% for me. So pretty good game. 84.3 for my opponent. They didn't play bad either. I just had a pretty good middle game. 92.3% there. But they start off with c4, e6. Following e6, oops, I play d5. They go up. This seems like a Catalan system now. Doesn't feel as much like the English, but I could be wrong. I don't know either opening that well. But they go knight here instead of the best move, bishop g2. I don't know why that's what the difference is, but that is better apparently. I go up here to c6, playing a semi-Slav. c5 is better. I just play this diamond system a lot on either side of the board. With the London, I'll play this a lot, or in the semi-Slav Queen's Gambit Decline type of system, I play this a lot. Knight c4, now eliminate the knights. We'll see. I could have missed that. Let me know when we get there and ask again, because I don't remember the exact position, but I do want to check that. We go up here to c6. They go bishop here to g2. h6. Kind of force a habit. It's really no point to play that right now. Their bishop can't even move there, so I'm with the computer here. Castling is, well, the computer's always right, but like I can see why it's saying that. Like sometimes you look at it like, wow, would have never seen that. This was findable. It just makes more sense. They can't move their bishop there. Alright, a5. I play that all the time, and I did not find it when it's the best move. The irony. But b6, setting up bishop in. Knight first is better. Just didn't consider it. I thought my bishop is trapped. Let's get it here to b7 to do something useful, which is what we do. And this is the best way. Now, usually I'll take this way, but we've been going over in the analysis board, the game review. The taking with the c-pawn is better more times than not. Despite it looking so weird giving up the c-file and c7, it's the better move, so we're going to play that more often. Bishop b7 here. Bishop takes. Taking with the knight I thought was too weird, allowing them to get a pin. Now, it's still fine, but I prefer this, which is why I did that. Knight here to c6. Rook here. Knight, and they blunder. They allow knight c2. Now, you take in the corner versus taking here. They're both good. They both win. But the rook is more useful on the e-file. The a-file is doing absolutely nothing. So I took there on a1 versus e1. We attack the queen, rook down, and we give up that pawn as I mentioned, and we take this. I do have a mistake, yeah. Rook b1 is the mistake. They slide their knight in, bishop d6, queen here c7. We exchange queens. Yeah, I thought so. They could trap this. And then here, but can't they go knight here now? Yeah, knight e8. You would take this, and they would take this. And this is just a draw. So I did mess up that. I'm glad they didn't find it. And you can't go here, because can't they just take this? Yeah, they can just take this. That's weak. And then that's a fork hanging. And it looks like you can win the knight back with rook down, almost, but they have bishop takes. So yeah, I did mess up. It would have had to go to an equal endgame, but they don't find it. And now I'll give my bishop an escape square here to f8. Luckily, we get out of that. They slide their knight there to c4. We rotate back here to f8. Bishop there to e4. Exchange. Rook here to c8. And then knight back here to d6. Now, there's nothing really important to say here. Yeah, the tactic comes later. Well, okay, I was trying to go up here with f6. So say they go over, and then I go like f6 here. That was the idea. But it's not like they saw that, obviously. So that wasn't going to work. But now they mess up with king in because this knight check idea, they have to move the king out the way. If they go back, I mean, a similar thing happens, just f6. But they go over now. Now I go f6. Actually, the exact same thing. I take, and it's completely winning. So we get a win there. We're almost at 2,100. We're 18 points away. Let's see if we can continue and get there in these next 2 or 3 games. All right, up here to d4, d5. e6. Why am I playing this? Alright. Capture, and then knight's going to slide forward. The knight move, I'm not sure the point of that. Because they're not sacrificing it, are they? They are. Okay. They have their bishop there. Maybe looking to go their knight in. Move their knight in. Knight here. Rook here. I don't think this is that good, sacking on f7 so early. Maybe it works for them usually in blitz. I mean, not in, because this is blitz, maybe it works. But after you go here, I don't see like how it's good. You could take this now. This is just free. Before it wasn't just free because they had bishop there. But you can just take this, I'm pretty sure. Unless there's something else that's good. The knight can't slide there for discovery. Knight back here maybe for a discover to take. But then at that point, like, why don't I just take that? Their knight is useful, so maybe it's better to do this. And then if they go here, take, check, up, check. They could draw the game, though. I don't think they'll draw it. They don't seem like they want to draw this game. Let's say capture, queen over. How to get rid of the knight is the only thing. Honestly, I just want to do this. Instead, get rid of this knight. The bishops are powerful, yes. But the knight feels like it's holding it together. So we're going to capture this here. And they don't even go for the exact mate idea. Now they can take the here. But we're not playing this right at all. They could have taken the pawn first and then done that. But now we're putting our bishop here on g5. Looking for the exchange. I think they're going to go for the draw. Because they could have went for the draw. I imagine sacking your knight on move, what is that? On move 7, you're going to play pretty aggressive. And I was correct in that assumption. They are playing aggressive. And the clock's evening back out a little bit. I mean, I was down a lot. So to get it back to somewhat manageable. Alright, bishop rotates. Oh, now they do want the draw, it seems. Check. Oh, this is checkmate now. Oh, we have to sack. We have to sack the rook. Yeah, because the pawn, now it's mate, because you can't go forward. So yeah, you have to just sack the rook there on f5. This was not played right at all, because it's definitely not a good sacrifice, but I'm sure I did not find the best continuations. Oh, that's not good. Not good at all. This might just be free now. Check, maybe? Maybe check, and then you could go back down. And then take. Then here, there. And then here, here, here now. But I guess they can capture. Oh yeah, we lost this game. Definitely lost this one. Alright. That's not a good sacrifice. I messed up somewhere horribly. Yeah, the accuracies are not good. Let's just see. Let's focus on this. So this is a mistake. That's wrong. It's knight c6. That's wrong. It's king g8. That's wrong. Okay, we just made like 3 straight bad moves. You can take it though. I thought with taking, it just didn't feel like it was that good. But that is the best move. You slide your queen here to a4 and go from there. Okay. But clearly, I need to note this in my head. You have to go king g8, knight c6, king g8. You can't move the rook over. That's an interesting way to do it. I think I did know that at some point, and I'm reminded now. Give me 1 sec before we get into this next game. It will not be a long break. Just give me 1 second. Gotta send a message, and then we'll get back to it. Trying to get to 2100. We're about. What's this? This is wrong time control. We're about 30 away now after losing that last one. Yeah, 27 away. Almost there. I feel like we can get this on this stream. I don't feel like I'm that far away. Okay, let's get back to it. We have some more time still. Let's go to this next game here. Alright, d4. The line system. We're going to keep with this for the blitz portion of this. Drop back. Exchange on g3. Knight's going to go forward. Bishop d3. Castle. They might go c5 though. Then you have to go c3, so you have that escape square on c2. They don't go for that. Let's get our king to safety. Let's not get cooked in the first 7 moves or so this time. And this is a good start for that. If that's the goal, this is a good start for it. We're going to attack their rook there in the center. a4. Setting up bishop, moving in. Bishop back. And we can go for this knight to d4 spot now. Oh, but they slide their queen over. And it's pretty effective. Because I can't move queen b3, there's no knight here. Usually you can do that. Knight here now, trying to kick this off. Capture, they can't sack. We have the c-pawn taking back instead. Alright, now we're going to move our knight out the way. I'm liking knight back here to f3. And maybe queen here. to b5. They could go c4 though. Then our knight can replace back in the center. More exchanges. Take. Yeah. Yeah, I did mess up. I did mess up there. You can't even hold this, really. Like, this is gonna be weak. Yeah, this is... Oof. They're about to get 2100 on me. And I'm trying to get there. And knight in. Yeah. Maybe resignable. We have to offer the queen trade. So there's not a complete loss here. But I don't think it matters. My pawn structure is too bad. Equal on time, though. Maybe we could time them out. But yeah, we just got outmaneuvered in the middle game there. All of this was fine, except maybe knight f3 might be... Maybe it's not knight to e4, but they take the pawn here first. Okay. Let's capture the queen. They have this fork I'm imagining they're going for. We can slide our rook out the way, though, so we don't get forked. They slide over completely. If you go over, honestly, that's not that bad. Let's go over here. They could just go up, but it forces them to find it. Yeah, and they find it. Okay, it doesn't work. They find it pretty quick. They just go here to guard. Check. Alright, we gotta win a game that we are not really deserving to win. Oh no, we messed up. Yeah. Now we have to exchange. We allow rook to d2, and that kind of forces it. Their knight could try and slide in. I don't think it works though. Oh, I see what they're doing. It's to win this pawn here at the end. It's not to do anything else. Yeah, very well played from them. King forward, but yeah, there's just nothing. Nothing that I can see, at least. Up here stopping the knight. We're so close to their pawns here, it feels like there should be something. But I don't know if I see anything at all. Knight check. When I try and rotate around, these are double, that's the only good thing. And we're doing okay on time still too. So there are two things that are going kind of in our favor. Alright, check. We want to keep moving fast. That much is clear. Knight here. Over so they can't fork. We're just trying to maintain here. The knight's going to move out the way. They're attacking. Let's take this. Back. I'm not even sure how you get to that. I don't know how you get to this pawn here. Back attacking this. They give a check. King over. Check. How do you get... I have no clue how I get to that. No. I messed that up. Maybe there was some way I could have drawn that. What's going on, Dino? Much appreciated. Man, I got outplayed. It was definitely a way to hold. Ah, man. I must have got it. No, it's winning this whole time. They're very clean with it. Yeah, it gets a little bit better, but I'm never able to hold on. And they figured out eventually. But we hit another goal there on TikTok. Much appreciated. We lost 2 in a row. We've lost the steam. We were closing in there. We were closing in. Let's go to this next one. Let's reset the goal, actually. And try and continue that. Set up new. And then let's go here. Alright. Let's see if we continue the streak. Not this streak. Let's see if we continue the streak we had early. We don't want to keep losing. Yeah, e4, e5. The knight's going to jump forward. Looking to attack there on e4. Knight here, the 4 knights variation. They go bishop to c4. Okay. It's knight capture. We just went over this in the engine and go d5. Capture, take. Bishop. I don't know where it goes after. Bishop here. Bishop here. No. Do I just castle? They castle. Maybe h6, stopping anything coming here on g5. You can also try f5. Oh yeah, f5 now really works. We have that bishop hanging at the end. Oh, but they can go back attacking my queen. Very nice. Queen now has to get out the way, and they can save the bishop from f4 taking it. Yeah, they get out the way of it. Very nice maneuver. I almost didn't catch that there. Let's move our knight in, setting up the idea. Oh, this is free. I'm trying to set up a trap and I give a free pawn, yeah. I wanted to go up here and then take that, but they stop all that from happening. Alright, bishop's going to slide attacking. Bishop this way. Right, so we have the chance to still push that. They could go f4 now. They don't go for f4. Take. I'm guessing. Yeah, that's a miss. We had an attack. We had some initiative. Yeah, they just take the knight. There's nothing there. We're just going to drop back here attacking this. But that's weak. Like, there's no way they're going to just drop that, right? We have rook e8. Bishop d7, but they slide their queen in for this attack. Let's give this attack again with this initiative. c6 attacking the queen. We're attacking this here. And I do give it up for free now. We do get this. We get a pawn back. I wonder if they can go up and win that there, though. That would be my... Yeah, they might be able to. We're going to take this in the center so we don't lose our queen, right? They capture, and you can't take it back. And they have this fork as well. The rook could slide over. Rook over, does that do anything? Our queen here, I don't think it does anything. Bishop just back. And they can just take, though. Let's say you go rook over, rook over. Then could you try... Yeah, I just want to try this. Rook here. And then b6. And then bishop b7. But they slide all the way forward with their pawn here. Alright, we're still going to go for this. Up and then up. It feels very loose. Very loose. But there should be a way. Okay, they slide here attacking my bishop. Let's drop our bishop back here. And then go up here. We're stopping the fork. We're down 40 seconds, though. This game also is not looking like it's going to go quite my way. Rook over? That could be an idea, though. Oh, rook over. And then they slide down here with their rook. Is there any sack? No, I don't think so. Let's just get out. Well, take. Maybe they mess up. But I don't think there's anything else I could do anyways. They don't mess up. Alright, rook's going to have to slide out the way. So they can't pin. And this has just been a master class. And they're up a minute. Might go on a little bit of a skid here. But it's not over. We can play as many games as we want to play. And we're setting up maybe a mate idea. A little hopeful. Because they don't have to fall for that. And they get out the way of this attack anyways. We're not going to queen trade, as we have no reason to hope that that even goes good. We're losing. We don't want to trade down. We have 20 seconds left too. That's the worst part of it. We're low on time. And we're attacking the queen here, allowing bishop e5 next. Oh, that's just game. They set up the pen idea, and you can't even... Yeah, GG. That's a great play from them. Want to go to the next game? We're almost losing all of our progress. We're not going to keep this up. 21-26 is what I'm trying to get at today. Up here to e6. Knight forward. Bishop moves in here to h6 on his next turn. Drop back. No, probably c6. And then queen here. Looking to attack there on g3. b6 up. Queen here. Knight here. We played something similar a second ago. And we had a bad opening, but we ended up winning the game. They exchange. They take here. And we've been down on time most of the games. This is a minor piece. 2 minor pieces apiece. It's a quality on that side of it, as there's nothing different. I could capture, but I want to get rid of this knight. They could go f4 though. So knight back. I'm expecting f4 to be played. They don't. They go for full exchanges. We both just castle here, going to this endgame. Alright, rook's going to slide over, get on the c file, and they push down. Maybe I could have done more to stop that. I could have taken something. Alright, rook's going to slide over then. Looking to go up here to a5. They're breaking through that side. We're going to take this here. There's no checkmate. Is there a check? I don't see a checkmate. Let's just move our queen over and set up queen here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, f6 stops it. Dude, we're getting cooked right now. We just resigned. The queen's there free. If you don't see it, I'll just show that real quick. There's a checkmate at the end there. Right. Which is why QE7 is a blunder. I'm winning, actually. If you just take the pawn, I'm winning. But yeah, Q of E7 is horrible because there's checkmate and the queen's hanging. Alright, let's go to this next game here. We're now back at 20-50. So we were on a row. We slowed up a little bit, but we're still only 50 away. We're going with our bishop here. How do you get better at chess? I would say puzzles. Puzzles, playing games. Have you just started playing chess, or are you been playing for a while? And then Aaron, appreciate the follow there. Let's castle, c3. Can we get one? We just got to get one. So what it feels like to win again. Let's remind ourselves. Bishop d3. And we're going to set up this, winning this pawn, but they see it. And they're counter-attacking. And this is, I've never played someone who's done this. I'm a little off-put. How do I do this? How do I play against them? Alright. This isn't free or anything. No, the basics. Definitely playing long games then. I think playing long games will be helpful while you're still, I know you say know the basics, but still getting what it is to like visualize the chessboard and stuff. That's definitely helpful. We're looking for a mass exchange here on e4, and we can slide over here to e1. Yeah, they're able to have a very nice position because they could just push e6, or they go rook over. Oh, they can't do any of those. Take. They can go up, or here attacking, because you can't take, right? That's the problem. If you take there, no problem, man. If you take there, they take. And then could you go knight here, though? Wait, I think you could still do that. Knight back here. Attacking this and attacking this. Alright, it's looking good. Take once. Take twice. We're up a pawn here, and we're putting pressure on this area. Alright, we want to have our knight slide. Maybe knight up. And our bishop can go all the way back. Or it can just go back here. Doesn't need to go all the way back. It could sit here on c5. Or knight c5. You see our pieces are very aggressive. More exchanges, the better, I feel. F3 and just slide my king. I don't have to go f3. I could just move my king over. Yeah, I don't know why I did it that way. That wasn't necessary. We can move our knight up. If they take. And we're up this pawn here on the queen side. We're down 12 seconds, so nothing that's too crazy right now. They drop back. Check. Here, there's no fork or anything that I can see at least. Let's go up here. No, there's got to be a better way to do this. Because knight in, if you go up... I have to move my king a square closer. I need my king to help guard. I have a minute left. I spent too long thinking there. It's just like, oh, I messed. Their knight is attacking. So you have to go up attacking the knight now, right? And if you go here, they have up. No, that is a misclick. I was not trying to do that. That is crazy. I promise I saw that was hanging. I don't know why it just went off there. Okay. We're going to have to move our knight back then. That is not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to just give up a pawn for free. I promise. But yeah, our knight's here, and this one is now not looking too good. That is frustrating, though. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to move my king up. Maybe they get it back anyways, but at least I didn't intend to do that. H4, stopping them from getting there, so my king has G3. We're down 50 seconds, so it'll probably be hard however it would be. But we can still try and get a draw at least. King H2. Ah, man. How do you... Yeah. But now your king's stuck here forever. Like, how do you decide that? Man, congratulations on that. Congratulations on that. Slide this over. Okay. Up. 14 seconds left. Let's get out the way completely. Oh, that's a win. Yeah, GG, GG. Alright, so this next game here. Dude, I don't know. I lost the sauce. We were doing good. The accuracies, I don't feel like we're doing... That was a mouselet, but still. That's part of it. The accuracy is not even that bad. It was 88%. We just got outplayed. And we're playing Gojo here. Alright, this is... We got to get back. We were like 3 games away from 2100, and it's all falling apart here. Let's go up here to H3. C3 still. Nice one to jump. And we go knight here in the center. Well, not yet. Not now, because they stop it. This is weak, though. Let's castle first before we go for any counterattack. Let's attack. Can they even guard that legally? I don't think they can. Bishop in the center, you have C4. Come on. Come on, come on. C4. No! No, 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 no. No. They've stopped it. They've stopped it. Take this here. I just want to take that there. There had to have been something there that I just missed. We didn't get any material from that. They found their way out of it. Knight's going to jump forward. Now they're just going to go D5. But no, they don't go D5. They don't play it safe. They're still aggressive. Despite just defending off that attack. Very good mindset to have. Winner mindset, they say. They go up here. Let's just take this. I don't like what they have going on in the attack. Bishop can rotate down, looking to go here, attacking there. but also a3 and maybe b5. But then they could push c4, so maybe not b4, not b5, b4. And now that is why they did it. They have e3 whenever they want to play e3. This is isolated, so a weakness is by itself. And we're not doing too great on time. Alright, they move their knight over. Okay, bishop's going to sit here attacking their rook. And we're only down 5 seconds. I would love to be able to get our rook here on c7 and control the 7th rank. Because even if they trade, like we can get to the 8th or the 7th rank regardless, right? Here, they go up, rook over. They could double up, though. That's the only thing. Take. I think you can take. Here. Oh, I miscounted. I thought you could go there. They can go rook over. I mean, I can try. Rook in. Attacking that. Yeah, but they slide their king in. Bishop here, they just go over. Very good defense. But that's if they find the best moves. Let's just move our bishop back here to a6. Because we expect that and try and get some time from that maneuver. Alright, their knight's moving. Let's go up here with our pawn. Trying to get some space, but we're still down on time. They're moving very fast. They know what they're doing. King f1, king e2. Getting closer to the center and this isolated weakness. Oh. That is almost a forced exchange. I think it is forced. Well, if it's forced, let's do this. Get this square at least. Or it doesn't really matter. Here. Then bishop all the way back. And we're down 20 seconds. We're running our king around. And you can't save it. Unfortunate. You can't save this pawn here in the center. The isolated pawn does end up costing me the game. Maybe I should have moved there first then. So we could have had our king one move faster with the king. I think's the difference there. G4. Stopping knight back. Their knight is kind of trapped. Oh, I was about to do that too. I was about to do that. That is crazy. So if you go up, take up, back up, yeah. They just have a way out now with Zugzwang. I want to keep the position the way it is currently. But that's not possible, obviously. In. We're trying to win here on the... They drop their knight back. Oh, they play that perfectly. I was like, well, my king can slide in. They don't have to do anything. They could just keep it there, right? And you can never get your king in there or there. Wow, what a find. There's no way for me to do anything with it. And they capture that. And that's going to be... What have we lost? I think 6 straight. I can't lose 7 straight. I want to say that's not going to happen. I'm going to call my shot here. Hope we can get a win here. I'm not going to review. I just want to get back to it. If we win this one, we get 10 points. I'm going to stick with the London, although it's not going too well right now. I'm going to stick with the London. Take c3 and then knight here to f3. Bishop to d3. Yeah, there's nothing bad happening there. h3 attacking their bishop. The knight can go here to d2. And we can go here to a4. And castle. Exchange. Castle. a4, rook e1. And they castle. Let's get on the open file. That seems good to control. They have this pin still, so I need to worry about that. And we stop b5 now. Now we have qb3 or qc2. And they decide to move their knight backwards. We're going to move our queen in, attacking on h7. But there's a way to stop it, as you see. The knight can jump forward, but you'd have to be willing to have your knight sit there. I like a5, but I don't know. They can drop back. I'm walking into an attack there. Do I rotate down looking for the exchange? Doesn't really feel right either. I don't know what to do. Let's go qb3. Looking to attack there, which is not really free because the rook slides over. Kind of an issue. but I'm going to play that anyways because I don't want to spend forever thinking for a move. And worst case, we can offer this queen exchange. I mean, it's not a bad thing. Going for the queen trade here on a3, and we'd be looking at e6 if they go for it. e6 is weak. They saw it all the way over trying to protect it. Knight in. Here attacking it again. I guess they can move their rook up. But still, let's give this initiative. They have to push, and then we can just go back. Say, just make a quick move, honestly. If nothing else, we don't want to get low on time like we have been these last few games. And then rook to a1. Well, maybe rotate back around, because there's nothing happening here. Just rotate down. And then knight up, take, and we can set our rook here on e5. Or g4, either way. But they have this huge attack here on the king side happening. I think it's okay because there's no queen. So it's not like they can win any. They can mate me. And we're going to give our own attack here in the center. But they move their knight out the way. This, I think, is a mistake because of b4. This is going to be tested if they go back. We'll win that there. If they go in, we have 3 attackers of it. So this is the way you'll see it happen. And we capture here on a6. So now we are up a piece of material. And this is a complete pasture on the queen side. Alright, try and break the center here. I mean, you kind of have... But that's free, actually. That is just free. Bishop. Where can the bishop go? Here? Attacking the knight. Bishop f1. I'm not sure exactly how to go through with this. And their knight slides in. Okay, let's push this down. Knight here, knight here. Oh, they're looking to maybe blockade the diagonal. But knight here, and then going something else that can guard the pawn there. You see the time is evening out. This is almost weak. It's almost weak, but it's not quite weak because you can't go up or they'll take there. You can't go here. You can't go here. It's one move away from weakness, but we're not quite able to get there and go for this pin. Alright, they push their pawn for it, also just stopping it. They see it as well. Knight here, going to win this pawn. Unless they go all the way down, which they do. Yes, they do go all the way down. That is a problem for the attack. Alright, let's go up here. Now they can't push forward. Maybe they make a slight mistake. This does just keep the position the same. Their knight can't move. They rotate their bishop though to a very nice square. Alright, if we go, let's go rook up. If they move here, we'll take. Or you'd have to take first and then you take. But we want to push this pawn all the way down. That's definitely the main goal. We can double up here on the A file. We have 40 seconds though. So we need to move quick. We need to move quick as we're down 10. But they're taking some time. This is a hard position. Obviously, they're not going to want to do this instantly. Alright, they're trying to trick me with that move. So capture. Take this knight. Alright. We did the hard part. We finally get a win after losing so many. We get 10 points for that win. We'll take it. Alright, let's see if we can get back on the win streak after that losing streak at 2046. And that's the perfect opponent to get it on. The most points I could get realistically. I'm going to take here in the center. This is the version of the Petrov. You're supposed to capture, I know. I know you are. Can I... Actually, let's learn it. I don't know the exact line with this, but let's learn it right now. Oh, no, wait, no. It's not that. Is it D... Is it E4? Well, it's definitely not this, though. This can't be it, because they get to capture home. Take here. Queen up. There's definitely a better way to go about that. It may not be game losing, but it's not game winning or anything. Oh, if you move your king up, they have this bishop pin. So you have to attack here. You can't move your king. They move in with their queen. And we want to move our bishop here. down. Yeah, this is not a good game. This is not good. We could go bishop here, though. Maybe stopping their scope. Cutting that off. And we just get to an endgame. Not the worst thing that the king isn't safe in the center. Yeah, but they're trying to break through. I'm not going to let them break through yet. But I feel like I can't stop them long term. They're going to be able to find a way home. This is free. Man, yeah. There's really no way to guard this. If you go up, they'll take. You could go here, but then they take immediately. And you can't castle anywhere. What is the best way? If you give no check, they could take. Up here, but you're not attacking this, which is the problem. Let's just go here and then slide the king to this g7 square, dropping this pawn here in the center. Alright, off of the light squared attacks. They cement it. Okay. This will take now. They take with check. Oh, whatever you do, it's almost like they have a... Yeah, I see. And then rook down. Take. Oh, the pawn is better, because now you can't move out the way. They have that check. Yeah, I think they want to get a win here. I'm not saying anything crazy. I think they are going to close this one out. They take, capture. King down, they can go down. Take there, go g8, capture. Yeah, we can resign this one. We got to win, back to loss. But we didn't lose as much as we gained. We still have some hope left. All right, d4, d3, d5. Let's go up here to e6. The knight's going to jump forward. And then bishop here to e7. And then we can go c5 or c6. But now the knight's looking to go here, attacking on c7. I'm going to go c6 to stop that. Bishop d6 offering the exchange. If they take, but they don't go for the exchange. Up here to h6 and maybe q here to c7. But they're getting very aggressive. I am not a fan of that. I'm guessing they'll take if I do that. Here on d6. We can go a5. There's no way they can break through, right? If they go for it, we'll take. Let's set up this b6, bishop b7, c5, knight here. We have the next few moves mapped out, but they want to get their knight in here very bad for some reason. Or their queen in here. That does make more sense than the knight sliding in. I was like, why are they getting their knight here? Well, let's go back to guard this. If they take here, you're going to win the bishop. But now you can set up g6. And they don't even do that. Yeah, let's just go g6. And I want to castle here to the queen side. I want to get some level of safety. Alright, we're going to move. If they go up, you can move the knight out the way. If they take, you'll take with the c-pawn. But another game where it feels like they got to a better opening. Like, I'm getting outplayed early. It's not like they're outmaneuvered. Well, I'm losing the endgame too. But right now, like, why is my king... Why is this so open, you know? That's a sign of not the best opening. We're going to go up here attacking. They could go in forcing the exchange of the knight that way. They could. I don't know if it does anything. But it does delay castling. But after qf6, rook f8, qe7, we're back to a level of safety. That's what they're calculating. It does work. They don't win anything though. But they do get to delay knight c6. 0. Oh, they do it this way. I feel like a similar thing is happening. They can't take it. I mean, no, they can take it, but they can't win anything. Rook f8, and we can go queen down. Maybe knight in is the plan. But if that's the plan, I can also just bring my knight here to c6. Yeah, they do go knight in. Okay. Well, that's not a win. So let's move down. Here offering the exchange. And then knight here to c6. We're up on time, though. That's the good thing. If they go too far, we have this check. But they could just take. Yeah, they could just take. And now knight up. And now that it's an endgame, the fact that my king is in the open is not some big deal. Here. Yeah, you can make this move still. Oh, can you actually? I don't know if you can do that. Knight here is safer. Because if you go here, there's some discovered check after you take their knight, and maybe they can take at the end. This way, you still have 2 defenders. You're attacking the knight, and maybe like rook here or something, or rook c8 even. That would all make it out the way of the rook c8 idea. That would also fix that problem. All right, now here, guarding the bishop completely. So Lou, today I'm doing rated games online, but tomorrow we'll have a viewer tournaments, not just one. So I king out the way. Look to maybe attack on c4. Yeah, the rook can take, and they have this isolated pawn, but it's not like it's the end of the world. We are going to attack it though. Maybe rotate around to go here, attacking on g2. And they try and get rid of this quickly. Rook down though. Feels like it has to be somewhat good. Here, because you don't have to. I guess this allows rook in though. That may be, yeah, I'd say that might be an issue. The rook can slide in. I overdid it. Now they can take this. But yeah, you can go over though. Guarding, because you can't push, they check. You can't go to the d file to guard the rook. So you have to just slide your rook over, guarding here on b6. Their king is so limited. That's why I did this. Their king is weak. So I felt confident in this decision. It's looking like it was not the best one though. Take. Yeah, this is just free. And then rook d4. And now we're just going to look to push. We're very close to a queen here. Down. I promote first. Check. Does that do anything for me? There's no more checks. No way there's no more checks. There's no way. How? How is that possible? There's literally no more. Dude, how's there no more checks? That is crazy. I gotta see that. I must have missed something there at the end. Because there's no way I can't hold that. I had a higher accuracy game, apparently. King e8. Oh, the rook is free. Oh my god, the rook is just free there. Yeah, that's a miss. This is a draw. I'm losing. Oh, there's just mate in 2. Queen here is a checkmate. Yeah. Queen here to e. Or not checkmate, but then the rook over, right? Yeah, and that's mate. So there has to be a check, and I just missed a check there in the center. What's going on, Rishi? How you doing, man? How are you doing today? We have some blitz going on. I'm on a bit of a streak that's not positive, but that's part of it. I still don't feel I'm playing horrible. You know, it's not over. Let's go knight here to c3. If they go down, we have knight b5. But they stopped that. Let's go rook here to b1. Knight f3. And then like b2. And then we should be good after that. Alright, move. Move. Castle. We want to keep the speed up. Yeah, looking to win this pawn in the center. We can drop back. Because if they take this, they get rid of a defender. So we have to guard this somehow. I don't see how I'll stop their knight sliding in. But let's castle for safety first. And worry about all the rest later. Knight here. That is just... Oh, we can go knight here now. Right? Trying to get rid of the attacker. We have 2 defenders. Take. Take. And if they take this, right, you would have had to pin on the knight to the queen. Which is why they don't do that. Alright, we want to move our rook here to d1. safeguarding this pawn here in the center, setting up bishop here for this fork, and they stop it. I think this is also free too. I messed up there. They would have been able to take that if they wanted to. Let's just drop back in the center to e3, guarding on d4, and we could rotate our knight somewhere more useful, because the knight on c3 is not helping me. Not at all. Let's just exchange that. That knight is attacking me. So that makes sense to get rid of. Knight back? I mean, not, yeah, rook over knight back is what I'm thinking. We're here first, stopping a b4 push, and then knight here to d1, and then you could go like f3 and then knight f2. Oh, the basic tactic. Remove the defender. Okay. If you capture, could you capture this though? Let's see, take, no. Capture back. If they capture, rook takes, pawn takes, queen takes. We may be able to hold on to this. We may be able to. Taking back there on b5. Now watch out for both of our kings though. No back, no pawn push. We're both still weak to a back rank checkmate. Yeah, our knight's here on b5, hoping it does something helpful. Alright. We're attacking this now, back to equal on the board. They guard it. We can go c3. The knight could slide in, we have f3. Or no, queen first and then f3. We have to guard everything first. They could go there, and then queen, and then over, and then rook. And then f3 kicking the knight out. But if they don't, yeah, now you have to defend first. Because if you go here now, maybe you could set up a trap though. Here, take, queen. Oh, if you go up, they would have knight there. Yeah, you can't set up a trap. You'll lose actually if you set up the trap. There's a way they could discover check once the rook lifts, and they'll be able to win everything. Oh, that's a gorgeous square. We go for this pin. We gotta get rid of that knight. That knight is too good. Knight to c4, I can just call the game. I'm not gonna hold that. We're down 20 seconds. So take immediately. Quick. Over, and then h3 quick. All these are quick decisions. Shouldn't take too much. They go over. Simple. Alright, now we can start thinking again. Here, then maybe up here to a4. Setting this up. We have a3. Can they put, if you go up, can they push down? No, they can't. Let's go for a3. I think that's unstoppable. They could have tried to counter it. Oh, that's not unstoppable. That's simply a free pawn there. As I missed that somehow. Rook here attacking the queen. And then rook a1. Alright, let's look at the time right now. We're down 16 seconds. Looking to attack there. They're guarding. Attack there again. Now they might go for the counter. We're going to have to keep moving fast as we're down 10 seconds. I feel like it's going to come down to that more than anything, as it's not easy for either of us to make progress in this position. You see, I'm only down 5 now. To have this check. They do go for it eventually. I was waiting for them to go for it because I feel like they should. Maybe I mess up, but the time, yeah, they give up that. They stop having that weakness there on h6. I can't keep poking at it. Let's go here, but I'm up some time. We're going to have to do some maneuvering, it's going to look like. And you see we're going for the counter attack. We're guarding this still. Everything's guarded. Attack there. Take here. And we finally get a way in. Taking. Take. Or check. Take. Check. Here. And we're setting up a mate idea. They got a sack, and we get the win. We're going to... Finally, we get one. That was a good win, too. That was an endgame maneuvering. Getting your rooks and queen to work together. Get back to 2040. All right, can we take the momentum? We won a game, then we lost a couple. We need to get the momentum after it this time. E4, E5. The center game, not my strong point. Not my strong point. Yeah, I know you can't do it this way. Knight here. If they go up, you go here. Do you still go here to D5? Or you just go straight? Or bishop C5? Maybe it's bishop C5. But no, there's somewhere you can just take this. Take this. And then you have this check, right? You could check, and then you can castle. I vaguely remember going over this before. Vaguely. And now it's even? Taking the center. You're up 3 pawns, but they obviously have quite the attack on the way. With 2 open bishops. If they go queen in, you can go knight back. Alright, D5, attacking their bishop. Let's move our bishop here now. We're up these 3 pawns in the center. I think we've done a decent job with this. Alright, rotate back. Because they sacrifice, so it's a mix between, you know, finding the right moves and just kind of being gifted a decent position. Alright, they go up here. We're just going to go bishop down. I want to keep my bishop on this spot. And then knight back so they can't go F6 themselves. The knight can also move. I don't want to move this pawn either because their knight can sit in. But +3 is a good... I mean, for that, even for the opening to be intentionally sacrificed, there's no real counterattack. Like, it's just bishops. And, you know, you have to figure out how to stop it, obviously. But that's a good spot to be in. As you see, their queen drops back. Alright, we're going to go back here, attacking the queen. Now, I see they're setting up this diagonal. I'm not loving that. I do need to, you know, do something about it. But they drop back. We're going to have our knight move to guard the knight. We have some knight connectivity. If they take one, another replaces it. Now we're looking at queen here to b6. And I don't feel like the attack is some amazing thing. We can go here now, the knight there even. Okay, now we have to be a little careful. But rook over? I mean, why not trade? We're up 3 pawns. If we get to an endgame, the more trades, the easier it is to convert. Alright, knight can go here attacking now. We're attacking the queen, and then the other knight goes here to f6. No pawns, right? So they can't get rid of it. There you go, knight in. Guarding each other. We have queen b8, we have qb6. And queen here, honestly. I could go queen there. There's no fork or anything. Queen up. I get double pawns this way, but I am fine with that, I think. Their knight could slide in, though. That's the only thing. Knight sliding up, can you win anything? Because if you go knight here, they can't stay close enough to this. Couldn't you just take the pawn after? You might be able to. With the knight here, they can attack it. Really? Or they can go queen over at that point. Okay, let's go here. Offering the queen trade. Getting isolated double pawns here is not the end of the world. Not at all. We're offering the queen exchange. And then we could go like knight b5. But they slide their bishop in. Alright, quick check. Getting out the way of that. I don't see the exact attack. But I see that that's not working. If you capture, it doesn't feel like that's a good thing to do. Our bishop is so limited. Alright, let's go attacking their bishop. Try and get it off of this diagonal. They drop back. Offer the queen trade. Quick decisions. We have 37 seconds left. We're down a minute. We've been trying to manage their sacrifices and their attack. And it's making me use a little bit too much time. So we kind of just have to go with it. This was hanging on f5. But what they've done is they've created this huge attack where mistakes are bound to happen on my side. One another pawn though here in the center. This is a great way to play. I'm going to have to try and make up for the time, you know, just making some moves. And they're not all going to be the right move. That I can guarantee you. We're offering the exchange. Knight back. take that. We're attacking the rook. And then we can take this check. I could have taken the knight first and then take this check. Take. And we force the queen trade. Perfect. Perfect. Check. Yeah, you get out the way. It's fine. And we're just up 4 pawns now. $20 seconds left. And we just go. Let's just go down. And then down again. $10 seconds left. We want to get this other pawn involved. They can't take anything. And we get the win. Huge. All right, we won 2 in a row. I didn't say too much at the end there. We survived the sacrifice and open. Let's go over the game. That was quite the game. The accuracies, let's see. Were they good? Okay, 81%. Not the worst accuracy. But, dude, that was a 61 move game. The attack in the opening was something. They sacrificed 3 pawns, I think. And now you're winning. Yeah, you are winning if they don't take. Because I have done this in the engine before, and I remembered it. Alright, I do most of the right moves here. At some point I thought they got some attack, but I just take a while to defend this. Yeah, we get our knights active. We go here. And we win the pawn here. This is the 4th pawn we're up. And now we're trying to force it. You could have... that is the best move first. And then you take with check. Then you take and you just force the game out. So yeah. I wonder... At some point we're going to win this, I'm sure. I could have pushed for a while. But I didn't see it. I'm trying to move. We were down on time by a lot. We're able to turn this around. Make sure you take the pawn when you're winning. You have low time. Before you go for the mate, make sure you at least get the draw. That's why I went here to take on h5. But alright, we got some momentum. We'll take that. Let's go to this next game here. Hopefully we can ride this to 2100. Alright, black again. 2 straight games. But we had white for a lot of games in a row. So, makes sense. Probability anyways. We go up here to b6. Bishop moves. And this, we played this a lot. It's the closed Catalan, I'm saying it's called. So I played this position probably hundreds of times. Didn't even know it was called that. This was all the semi-Slav in some form. Did not know it was called the Catalan. I guess I'm playing the semi-Slav to their Catalan. Do they take in the center? I think they will. It's kind of a weird pawn structure. But they don't. They let me keep this setup. Their knight can slide in here. I like queen here. This is something to look at. But I guess you could go bit. Oh, no. Here. Oh, then the knight can slide in because you can't take. That's what I'm missing. Like, if you just go up, the knight moves. But the knight wants to move. Let's get rid of the knight entirely. That's my goal. We have the pin. The queen stuck. And we're at 220. Let's manage our time better. Because I won that last game. And it's cool. It's fun to win. But I can't say I want to win. I want to win games based off of a time scramble at the end of the game. I want to have a more manageable way. So let's just take this. We got to watch out for this bishop and queen connecting. That's an issue. Bishop f6 could be played at some point. But definitely knight back here before anything. They move their queen out the way. I'm not sure what they're going for here. But let's just block this. Maybe they're just trying to attack here because it was so weak. Yeah, I guess only one defender. But now it's our rook over. We try and use this pawn advantage for the rest of the game. Do I simply go bishop here, ending this, getting the double pawn, giving this back? Do I allow pawn in? It is an interesting dilemma. Maybe bishop here to f8. Now there's never a checkmate. The knight can go back. They can never mate me. Like, they take, they go for it trying to break through. But still, like, there's no way to do it. Once the knight goes back up, they take, we just take. I mean, I can live with this. This is not losing. The bishop's there on g7. The queen is close to this, but the queen has to checkmate me. You know, it's not like the queen's close to the king, they score some points so they get a win. We are down on time, so their attack did do that at least. It lowered my clock, but they have this isolated pawn. I feel good about the position, but not great. We can slide our rook over. We want to trade down because we're up material. Just a pawn though, and they're looking to bring this in. They're more focused on this king side attack than anything else. Queen up doesn't do anything, just over. Now up doesn't win. You could go knight back here, but they move out the way. Let's take once. Or knight here first. No, because then you can't protect the queen. Alright, let's go here. Or king. I had so many issues because this is weak. If you go up, they're looking to this attack. They're looking for the attack instead. Queen. Oh no, you can't move the queen. Up here with the rook, guarding laterally, 2 pieces. You only need 1. They have this check now. King over. If they push up, knight back may be the move. But no, you'd have to go knight. I mean, you need to have a knight move that is useful. And going here, you have no square after, right? That's the problem with that. Attacking, not attacking, taking, and then queen here. Offering the exchange. 49 seconds left. That's free. And they mess up during their attack. They drop their queen, going back to the wrong square, and we're going to get 3 in a row. All right. We're at 2056. That game felt like I defended okay. Not amazing, but I defended good enough. 82%. Now, these are some mid games. Like, they're not bad games. 82, like, you know, it could be a lot worse. But yeah, we defend this attack. As you see, they keep going, but I don't stop up. And we're just +6 after they blunder. This is +2 still at that point. But yeah, GG. Let's see. And then June, appreciate those likes there. Closing out on 6,000 on TikTok. Man, we're playing this game. Can we make it a 4-game streak? Bishop F4. Up. QB6 early. I'm tired of playing against that. So annoying. An early QB6. Let's go here to D3. It's not even like it's that good. It's just like a specific weakness I have. I don't know why. Because it's not the best move at all. Like, it's just not. The computer suggests other things, but I'm not good against it for whatever reason. Let's move our rook over here to B8, getting off this diagonal. That's my thought process with that. If they take, we'll have the knight capture. If take, the knight will capture. And the rook slides over. Okay. I like knight in the center of the board. Well, then that's free, actually. So you can't do that. Maybe just rook E1. Rook E1. Maybe if they move their knight. Isn't that hanging, though, by that logic? Yeah. But they don't do that. Okay, good thing they don't. No, it's still an issue. Oh, yeah, but if they go here, you have 92. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I'm glad you're learning. Glad you're enjoying. I try and make it fun. Talk through the moves at least, if not fun. Oh, we're losing. If we go back, they have this. We were outplayed, outmaneuvered here. There's no way around it either. Oh, maybe knight here is the only way around it. Knight here. Knight F3. It stops that, and you guard the bishop in the same turn. That's the only move, I think. Anything else, you're probably losing after E5. They didn't see it either. They thought they were winning. I thought they were winning too for a second. So, I can't blame them. But I spent a lot of my time on that move, that one move. But it's an important move. If you don't find that, I probably lose the game because they would have just won E5. No! I didn't even think about it. My TikTok ended. I forgot that I have to look over for a puzzle. Alright, let's go back here. Okay, that's my bad. Our knight's going to slide over. Let's drop all the way back here to H2. My bad to the TikTok viewers. Yeah, we gained 30 followers this stream on TikTok, and we've gained a couple of subs on YouTube. We're 28 away. If you guys are enjoying and you want to support, subbing on YouTube would be an amazing way. Alright, they push forward here attacking. We're going up here attacking. A counter attack. We need them to go back so this is free. That's why we're going G4. G4 attacking this knight here. Take. Up. Down. And you're still trying to do this. Yeah, they go in. That's fine. That's fine. We get out the way. Take, take. Take, take. We're equal material right now. We both have... I have a lot of pawns hanging, right? That's the main problem. I like queen here. Getting rid of one thing. The knight's guarding this. We want to have this that's not sitting on my side of the board. They capture. I'll capture. And then take. And I'm up a pawn at the end of that exchange. How am I up? I couldn't explain that to you at all. How I'm the one who's up material from this. But yeah, we took here on d5. Looking to go d6 on the next turn. I like d6. But their rook slides in. Oh, a fork. Almost something useful. Oh, if you go here, they have rook over. Oh, I get it. I get it. That's why this is so good. You have to go king here, which looks counterintuitive. But you need to watch out for this. And you need to be able to go rook here, where they slide their bishop out the way. Now let's move our... I don't know. Is it bishop here? 40 seconds left though. Let's just push. I gotta make a move. D6. Not sure I love it. Not sure I love it. Rook over. Oh, I get it. What a tactic. They go here now. They don't find it. They had a... Oh, this is free. That's why it doesn't matter. That's free. Yeah, missed that. My rook's just hanging. They did this correctly at the end of the day, it seems. Here and then knight up. And there's like no way to hold on. We're down 2 pieces. There's nothing to be done. We want to try, obviously, but the chances are pretty slim. They'd have to really mess up. Oh, this is almost checkmate, too. Yeah, and they're not going to mess this up here. And there should be a mate at any point. I'm so limited. Yeah, there's checkmate there. Alright, a few more games as my phone's about to die, and then I cannot read the chat. So let's see if we can get one more win. That's the goal here, because I can't. It's at 20%. I did not think I was going to stream for 5 hours. That I would have made sure there's a little bit more juice in it. My bad, my bad. We will be on tomorrow. Let's go knight here, a4, stopping b5. That's free. Okay, maybe finally an easier game. They make an early mistake. No guarantee the game's over, but they do make an early mistake. We drop back. We're up a pawn here. They keep going. They keep going. If you took, it allows bishop takes, but then queen takes. I'll do that. And they don't even do it. We're up 2 pawns now. This may be a good game. Maybe a good game. They slide their knight. Knight's going to go towards the center. Knight here now. Attacking. Looking to win that there. We don't get it. What we'll do, we'll take this. And then we can go queen here. Looking to guard this. So we don't lose this pawn here. And move the rook out the way so we can push. Alright, up. Or you could go f5. The problem is you just can't go f5 because of this. Like, this is too... Oh, this is a free rook. Yes, free rook. Alright, we're doing good, we're doing good. Can we maintain is the question. We're up 4 points of material. It will be great if we can maintain this. Yeah, they push their pawn towards the center. I'm going to push my pawn towards the center as well. If they take, and they look to lock, take that. 1:56 seconds left. So I don't have a whole lot of time remaining. I'm going to capture this in the center. And get rid of all of their center hold. Take queen over. We don't want them to have anything sitting on d3. That seems like a positional no-no. E4 is not good either, but that's at least a little bit better. We go over here, take, setting up E4, C4. E4 is my thought. Cutting off the queen from this diagonal. They slide over, queen here. I'd love to queen trade. 1:38 left. They drop back. Okay. Oh, the knight's hanging. Alright, queen here. Guarding the knight, setting this up. Let's go up. Attacking. This is okay because you have this. And now it forces the exchange of the queen, right? Unless they go f5, but that's en passant. They can't bring a knight there. This is all okay. They lose the knight or lose the queen or trade the queen. But it might just be lose the knight. Because they take this. You're going to take here. They drop their queen back again. We have our knight slide here to f3 instead this time. Looking to go queen here for the queen trade. Perfect. They're on h4. Knight to f5. We're going to go up here attacking their knight. See, 1:12 left. This is enough time to get a win. They may resign soon. Let's go up. Here. Check. And this is so close to promoting. So close. If they drop back, we can save our knight. If they don't, we can sack our rook here. And now this is a queen on the next turn. That was the idea with it. And we get the win. Alright. So, that'll be today's stream. We got to 2150 in Rapid. Almost 2100 in Blitz. We lost a lot, but we ended up finishing 4 for 5. So, stick with it no matter what it's looking like if you believe in yourself. And what's going on, Caleb? Appreciate the donations there. You've just sent in this stream. A lot of roses being sent in. Much appreciated. 17 roses there. Thank you so much for the support. But yeah, we're going to be ending off today. If you guys want to support me, I'm PJ's Chess on Instagram, on TikTok, and on YouTube. And then I'm PJ Chess 993 on Twitch. It'll be much appreciated. I'm almost at 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. That's huge. I can get paid for the videos I make. So if you want a quick way to support